Hey guys, how you doing? Savage Red Recovery back for another video. Got our man MONEYBOY T3Y on here. The reason that we're doing this is because, as you can tell, I'm a non-compassionate, non-melanated person, and he happens to be compassionate and melanin. And he wanted to discuss race with me, and we're gonna get into what we agree with and what we disagree with. I'm gonna give it over to MONEYBOY T3Y.
What's going on, Savage Red Recovery? I don't know how compassionate I am, but I am definitely different in color from yourself.
Yeah, I just wanted to throw shots at Nick Cannon.
Oh, you're talking about those savages. Hey, black women especially have claimed the title of savage. That's like the #1 hit right now. Then they put Beyonce on it, so you know it's stamped and approved. It's official. They are savage.
Don't go against the Beehive, man. Don't do that.
Hey, I'm not going against. Hey, I mean, the truth is the damn truth. Beehive said the women are savages.
We're 1 minute and 30 seconds in, and you're already trying to get the Beehive to come after your neck.
Come on, Beehive. Come on. I can type all day. I probably can't type all of you, but I can type all day.
So, what issues? What things? What do you want to discuss? What things would you like to pick my brain about?
Black Lives Matter. Do you agree with it? Are you down with it? Do you support it?
In no way, shape, or form.
Why not, man? You know they can get you canceled.
That's fine. I don't agree with it because it's a communist fist. So 1, 2, the oppressor oppressed sort of situation is a Marxist ideology. And again, I think that's just giving white people way too much credit for something that we're not doing, even historically.
What do you feel about them wanting to break up the nuclear family?
That is a horrible idea. But if you want to break up if you want to go fuck up your shit, then go ahead and fuck up your shit. I'm not, it's not my job to stop anybody or tell them they can't do something, but don't bring that shit over here and tell me that I have to abide by it, because that's retarded.
That's what they're telling. That's what they're telling my fellow black people to abide by. They're more LGBT agenda oriented than they are actually black people agendas.
Do you know what's weird? How often do you hear like straight people trying to sell straight to other people?
Never. Never.
But you always got alternative lifestyles coming in here and trying to force their lifestyle on people that aren't their lifestyle.
My thing is, who you sleep with is no concern of mine. It's not my business. I shouldn't know. So why do you feel the need to tell me?
Like, I honestly feel like I might not seem like the most I wouldn't say religious, because I don't go to church or anything, but I read the Bible a lot, and I do believe in God very strongly. And like, one of the worst sins is pride, and gay pride is a big thing. So clearly, like, the Bible says not to be proud. Like, let's sidestep. Let's say the Bible didn't say anything about not being gay. Let's just say it does. It says it's okay. You can do it all you like. But it does say not to be prideful. And that's a thing. Like, if a gay pride parade can't happen, like, cities are getting fucked up. Like, shit's just getting torn apart because of it. And also, it has degenerated so far to where you just have dudes in bikinis with their cocks out in front of people, and like people bring their kids to it and stuff. Like I just don't understand in any context where your kid is under the age of 18 is seeing a grown man's wiener. Like if I walk outside and pull my wiener out, I'm getting a sex crime. I'm getting charged for a sex crime. I'll have to be on the registry. But but it's okay for gay guys to have their dicks out. Like I just don't. I just can't get behind that. It makes no sense to me.
And it's like society is accepting them pushing sexuality on kids. Who pushes sexuality on kids? Why do we
all know
transvestites reading to kids and drag queens reading to kids? What's that guy, the little amazing Desmond? Why is that legal and allowed on YouTube when they have stuff that says, is this video for kids? Is his video for kids when he's dancing for grown men?
I have no idea. I do know who you're talking about. I don't know if it's for kids, but we both know why that's acceptable.
I don't think I do. I'm confused.
Okay, so clearly it's acceptable because the next thing that they're trying to add to the alphabets is that P. They're trying to
the Epstein.
Yeah, they're trying to slide that in as a protected class.
That has a long history even through biblical times.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah,
that's why I question that religion a lot of times. A lot of stuff that was deemed acceptable now that was in the Bible that's being accepted now.
Well, so just to clarify, the Bible specifically talks about not being part of organized religion. It says not to get caught up in traditions and bloodlines. And so Rachel Black just said, I am gay and fully agree. I am just against the LGBTQ community. They go way too far. Yeah, like that's the thing. Like I have absolutely no problem if you're gay. Like fun fact, I actually got molested as a kid by a gay man. Okay, so the same way that men are with women, how like we always shoot our shots and we're always trying to hit them angles to get in those pants. Gay men do the same thing. So like my sponsor in AA, he's gay. Like he looks like Terry Crews. He's a huge gay black guy. And he's the only person that I let around my son. I don't want, and it's not because I have anything against gay people, but in my own experience, I've seen how that can go south. And like, as a father, it's my job to make sure that I mitigate all the fucked up shit that can happen to him in any way.
That's why I'm wary of the whole transgender reading to kids, because most of these transgenders still have penises. And most gay men aren't attracted to children, they're attracted to men. So I'm weary of the ones that want to hang around kids all the time. That's a red flag to me.
Well, this is the issue. Okay, so this is I'm gonna paint you a picture, and you could tell me if you can follow this logic. What was the argument that they made back in the day to get gay marriage legalized? What was the argument to say that gay was okay?
Fairness. If they're in love, two people are in love, they should be allowed to marry, is what I remember.
That's not the argument I'm talking about. I'm talking about the argument they said was, I was born this way. Okay.
Oh yeah, okay. Okay, yeah.
They got gay marriage, which if you want to get married to another person that's the same sex, I don't care. But that was the argument. and then the transgenders came, and then they said, I was born this way. All right, so now we're 2 for 2 for I was born this way. Well, what do you think's up to bat next? It worked for gays. It worked for transgenders. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with gays or transgenders.
I agree.
But a pedophile is going to use the same argument.
How can you say you were born transgender when you have to go through a stick to become? You have to go through surgery to become what you say you were born.
Because okay, so there is an argument to gender dysphoria. That is a thing that people are born with it. The only thing about that is because transgender became trendy. All right. So if you go and look at a lot of people that transgendered and then detransitioned back to their normal sex, a lot of those people would have been better to know that they were gay. Like most transgender men are just men that are gay. But like you have a whole industry of people that are pushing hormones on people. They're pushing the idea of being transgender. Like if you talk to gay men, a lot of gay men get like if you look at the alphabet community, like they're like gay men are kind of like the white men of straight people. Like they are the lowest one in the victim Olympics. Whoever's more oppressed, gay men are considered to be the bottom. So if you're a black transgender, you have more victim points or oppression points than gay people, like gay men.
Black and gay too. If you're black and gay, you got a whole bunch of points.
Yeah, if you're a white gay man, you are at the bottom. You are at the same level as a straight white man, except for you're a step above white men. Like the very bottom is straight white men. It's the very bottom, and then like above that is gay white men. But yeah, it's just I think a lot of the transgender thing is it became trendy. So there's a lot more people that became transgender that aren't necessarily transgender.
Well, it's some people like I guess it's T.S. Madison that's always on the Breakfast Club. This guy has boobs but says he still has a penis.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. How can you be born this way if you require surgery to become officially what it is that you thought you always were?
Because people that if you go look at like Blair White, for example, Blair White had gender dysphoria. But she decided not to have her wiener cut off because the surgery actually doesn't benefit anything. Like there's a lot of risk to it. There's a lot of risk to it. Like there are good reasons not to have it done, but there are good reasons to take the hormones and to try to fit in to look like a woman, because you do have whatever it is. I can't keep saying it because I keep.
So the guy didn't whack off his wiener, nor did he get the pussy implant. Sounds like a crock of shit to me. It sounds like a crock of shit to me.
Well, like this is the thing. So like I said, I don't have a problem with transgenders. I really don't. If you want to dress,
I don't either. I don't either. I'm not. Let's not get me confused to saying I'm against them and I hate them. I'm not. I'm just asking questions because you said they got to use the excuse of I was born that way, and that one kind of struck me as weird because they have to go through surgery or some type of alteration to be there.
Yeah, but what they're saying though is that I feel like I'm in the wrong body. I was born to where I felt like I should be a girl. So like regardless, like there is a medical definition for that problem. Now, like if you go listen to like Blair White, she'll say that in order for you to be transgender, that you need to have gender dysphoria. But there's a lot of people that are transgender that say they don't have it. So like if you go listen to her, like any person that like if you go watch her videos are more along the lines of like anytime someone does like stuff towards kids, and she calls that out because she doesn't like, there's a lot of people that are saying that they're transgender and they do stuff under the guise of being transgender that she doesn't agree with. So like I can respect that, but I can't respect like you're dressed in drag and you're transgender and you're reading to kids. Like I that like if you want to read to your
So
kids, cool, but not my kids.
does this Blair person have boobs?
Yes.
Okay, so it has. Okay, so if it
Yeah,
doesn't
like
have the boobs or the vagina, I was about to say maybe it's just a cross dresser or a person dressed in drag, but it
here,
has half.
here, I'm gonna pull
To
up
the
a picture
right.
of I'm gonna pull up a picture of Blair White and you tell me what you think.
Sounds like the white version of T.S. Madison.
No, way better than the way better.
And that's the only person I know by name, and that's because he's been on the Breakfast Club so much. Why the fuck did my light just go out? Am I still on? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay, so
Oh,
this is this is Blair White. Do you see my screen?
yeah, I see it.
Yeah, this is her.
With
Like if
the
she was,
American
if
red,
she,
white, and blue.
yeah, if she was walking down the street, you wouldn't know. She
Yeah,
looks like
it's weird. It's weird time to live in.
yeah.
It's a weird time to live in. Tommy had me dying laughing when he said that's why Tory Lane shot Meg Thee Stallion.
It's probably
He said
true.
she pulled out her dick. But
That's
so
probably
many, if it's true, that means all the other men that have publicly dated her knew and didn't out her and were cool with it. The Wiz
look at
Khalifa's, the Moneybag Yo's.
but yeah, but we all know that they're in the rap industry. There's some gay stuff going on, and
Why that has to be the rap industry?
because this is the difference when you see Prince and he was in rock music, you got the feeling that he was gay. Like he gave you the I'm gay feel. But when you look at like Young Buck,
Oh,
Young Buck portrays that he's not gay, but then gets caught with trannies.
oh yeah.
Like it's one thing like when you have this persona where you could easily be gay. Like, okay, well, he's gay. Makes sense. But when you're like, I'm the hardest, I'll kill everybody, I sell dope.
The
None of
down
them,
low, bro.
yeah, like that's why I think it's more of like you have to point out the it's an entertainment altogether. But like if I told you James Franco was gay, you would probably be like, yeah, he seems kind of feminine. But if I'm like, yeah, Lil Wayne's gay, and you're like, wait, Lil Wayne doesn't seem gay. Like that's why I'm saying that.
It's shocking it's shocking because of the image they portray. Gotcha.
Yeah, it's the image. And no, I'm not saying that Lil Wayne's gay. I was just making a comparison.
He's under fire right now because of his girlfriend choice.
And
That's the word on the street today.
listen, I'm just saying specifically, I'm completely okay with Lil Wayne dating white women. He can date all the white women he wants to date.
And he should be able to. I don't know why he wouldn't. He's dated black women his whole life. Are we not allowed to have variety?
Even if he didn't date any black women, what? Like, I don't. This is what I don't get. Who cares if
Black
he's not
women.
if he's not dating kids? I don't care. Like, he could date whoever he wants. If they're 18 and they can legally say I consent,
Knock yourself out. I agree.
yeah, like yeah, as long as you're not slipping something in the pudding or they're not 12, do what you do. Like, I'm completely okay with it. Like, if Lil Wayne wants to pay male hookers to do crazy stuff in a hotel room, do it. Like, I don't care. Like, it shouldn't matter. It really shouldn't. People care about way too many things.
Do white people in general care that Lil Wayne is dating a white woman?
White people don't care. We don't care.
White women, white men don't care. If you go
No.
under that picture, all you will see is black women coming out the woodwork talking shit. They're the only ones that care. Never mind the 18-year-old black daughter he has and all of this other stuff. Just they don't care.
Well, here's the thing though. So if you listen to pro black people or if you listen to black folks that have a negative idea about white people, you're going to hear them say they don't want us with their women, so you got to fuck their women to get back. Like, we don't care. We don't care. Are there some white guys that won't date a woman if she's had sex with a black dude? Yes, there is. Like, I have a brother. He will not date a woman that's dated a black guy if he knows about it. Or a black, yeah, he just won't do it. But I have a mixed son. Like, there's some guys that just don't. But at the end of the day, you're not going to see my brother on Lil Wayne's video or his photo or any of that thing talking about how this is a tragedy. Like, he's just going to go on with his day. It's just like if you won't date a Muslim. Oh, you're a Muslim? I'm not going to become your fate. It was nice to meet you. Like, you just don't.
Personal preference.
Yeah, like we don't care. Like, we really don't spend time on that stuff. Just like we don't get offended when people call us cracker or honky or white boy or any type of derogatory comment about us being white. We don't care. We just don't.
To a certain extent, there's no reason for y'all to. None of those words have any past history, meaning, or future, y'all. And cracker is actually another ode to being slave masters. I don't even know why black people call white people that.
Yeah, but this. So here's the thing: even if it doesn't have any historical confrontation, we don't think like that. We don't, because, like, listen, if I get into an argument with a black guy, they're going to call me a white boy, and they're going to say it in a derogatory sense, as if like
100% every time.
Yeah.
You're right.
But guess what? I wake up every day and I wash my face in the mirror, and when I look at it, guess what I see?
A white guy. So you're
A
not
white guy. A white guy.
But if you call him a black guy during that same argument, you would be racist, and you would probably be physically harmed.
Well, who knows? But at the end of the day, like white people don't care. Like, we just don't care about that stuff. Like, I'm more offended if you call me the N-word because my son's mixed. Like, if you know that I have a mixed son and you call me the N-word in an argument, I'll be more offended about that because I know that you're talking about my kid trying to get to me.
Yeah.
But you can call me whatever. Like, I don't even, like, if I didn't have a son that was mixed, call me the N-word all you like. I don't care, because it's a word. It doesn't mean anything to me. You call me a bitch, then obviously I know that you want to fight and you're trying to say that I'm not a man. So, like, then I'm going to I'm going to put my fisticuffs on and we're going to get into it. But anything else, I don't really.
I say, indeed.
But
that's a logical way of thinking, though. That's typically how we get as we get older.
Well, I've always been like this. Like, I never really cared, and I used to be a super hothead, man. A super hothead. Like, back in the day, I was that guy. If you back in the day, I used to be that guy. If you mean mug me while I drove by in my car, I'd pull my car over and get out and say something to you. Like, I had an extreme attitude problem.
Man, I've never been that tight.
Well, you know, I used to like to get into trouble. I used to like to do things I wasn't supposed to be doing because it made it fun. So, how do you feel about the kneeling for the NFL and the national anthem? How do you feel about that?
I feel like it's going to be a shit show. I'm also glad that baseball player, I can't think of his name, I'm glad that he kneeled and he used religion to take shots at Black Lives Matter, because you can't criticize religion. It's like the only thing you can't criticize now. So I'm glad that he used religion as a way to voice his disapproval of Black Lives Matter without being able to take. He found a loophole in the system. Because typically white people can't disagree right now. I was upset Drew Brees had to apologize for a thought, not an action, for what he said he thought was disrespectful to him. It's like now we're able to decide what another person deems disrespectful, and that sucks.
Well, like, listen, I think Drew Brees shouldn't have apologized. I don't think he should, like, unless he was drinking and driving and ran someone over, or, you know, something happened and he ran over a kid, or, you know, he did something that was worth apologizing. But if your feelings don't like the words that came out of my mouth, I'm not going to apologize. Like, he didn't say no racial slur. He didn't call anybody and say like all Muslims or something, or all black people. Like, he didn't say anything like that. He literally just said, I don't agree with something. Like, I think he shouldn't have bent the knee. I feel like once you bend the knee, you've lost. Like, I would rather die. I'd rather die on my feet than die on my knees.
Exactly. Because he apologized, but at the end of the day, he still finds the shit disrespectful.
Yeah, at the end of the day, even if he apologized, you know he still don't like it. Like, if I came out here and said, I do not like getting screwed by men in the butt, and someone said, that's offensive. If I apologize, I still don't want to get screwed in the butt. I still don't. So it doesn't matter if I apologize to you or not. Like, so don't apologize.
But it's going to be a real shit show, because the people that don't kneel for whatever reason are going to be deemed offensive, racist, you're not down with us. It's black or white. It's going to be a real shit show. And yeah, the NFL was getting better at the kneeling was dang near gone. Now we got the two basketball teams are talking about doing it around the logo before the anthem, knowing it, and it's always been banned in the NBA. Now all of a sudden they want to do it.
I'm going to tell you right now, they need to roll in, and they just need to – people need to stop watching. Like, they literally just need to stop giving money to these organizations and let these organizations go woke and then become broke. Because this woke ideology is ruining everything. Like, I'm sorry, but I am totally against any sort of, well, you know, we need to get more black people on the TV screen. We need to get more black people being seen. Like, I don't think that any single person of any color or gender should be in a position just because of their skin color or gender. Like, I think that is the
Agreed.
worst idea ever. Like,
Agreed.
if
And I get
like
bashed for saying that all the time.
like the only time I find that to be acceptable is in porn. Like, you have to have a dude with 12 with a 12-inch dick to be in a big dick porn. Like, you have to. Like, if you
Right.
want to see interracial sex, you have to have some interracial. Like that is in the title. But don't take like Indiana Jones and then all of a sudden make it a gay black woman and all of a sudden say like it's better. Like, how is it better because it's now a woman that's gay and black? Like, I don't understand how that has anything to do with the storyline. How does that make the
No,
storyline better?
Batman just pulled it with Mark, not DC just pulled it with Batwoman. They replaced Kate Kane with a black Batgirl, Batwoman who's also gay. So they pulled it off. They just said, fuck it, the viewers won't notice. But unfortunately, due to the American public's boredom right now, they're going to tune in. We can't go spend money at the arenas. I doubt people are buying jerseys either, but one thing they can do is turn on their TV and watch a free game, and they've been bored for the past 5 months. It's been
Get a
5 months since the last NBA game was played. I'm just telling you what
people,
Americans are going to do.
yeah, but Americans need to get a fucking hobby. Like, if your life is so devoid that you have to buy into this woke ass bullshit, even though you don't agree with it because you're bored, then you're already losing at life. Like, you're already losing.
I
Already.
guarantee tomorrow game, the game one of the NBA season restart is going to break television records. I guarantee it.
I don't think it will.
I think they're going to start at like 4 o'clock. The first
I
couple
don't.
games, people don't have shit to do. You see,
Yeah, but
bro? Do you do
people
you
already
do you
know.
remember they played horse? People tuned in by the millions to watch people play horse via Zoom.
Yeah,
They
but
watched
when
the
was it?
Last Dance album to record numbers.
When was that?
The Michael Jordan documentary, The Last Dance, was about 2.5, maybe 3 months ago. That set records, and the horse game was about a week before that, and all that shit set new cable records because people were bored.
Yeah. So, but the difference is there's a lot. Okay, so back when Kaepernick kneeled for the flag, people stopped watching. Like, it went down. They took a hit, and with now that we're locked in, people are starting to go back to work, and also people already know that all these places are going woke, and they're hearing about how they're letting people put people that were killed by the police on their uniforms, and they're now playing the Black National Anthem, and they're now like it's
Which
already
most
that.
black people don't even know, might I add.
Yeah, and even then it's about Abraham Lincoln, like, who got defaced. His monument got defaced. So I don't understand it.
I think the white players should kneel during the Negro national anthem just because they know the black players are going to kneel during the national anthem. That's why it's going to be a shit show. I wouldn't be mad at a white person to kneel for them because that
Well,
alone is creative separation.
yeah, but see, I don't think doing other dumb shit is going to get rid of dumb shit. I would rather they just stand. I would rather, like, if you want to make a stand against this bullshit, stand, because at the end of the day, you should not kneel to anyone or anything. Like, you shouldn't. Like, why are you gonna, like, what do you think? Do you know who Lecrae is?
Yeah, I've heard of him, the gospel artist.
Yeah. What do you think about the CEO of Chick-fil-A shining his shoes?
Shining his shoes. I mean, that's him trying to make up for the comments that he made.
What
I
comments?
don't think it was ever. He made anti I think, well, they said he made homophobic comment. I don't recall exactly what he said. It was a couple of years ago when everybody was calling Chick-fil-A homophobic.
Yeah, but how does him shining a straight black guy's shoes have anything to do with gays?
I guess that, I don't know. Maybe Lecrae was offended. I don't think it would ever happen, but maybe he was offended and the CEO did that to show that, hey, I'm not bad. I don't know.
Fuck that. If someone doesn't like you, you're not doing anything right.
Repeat that?
If nobody hates you, you're not doing anything right.
Okay, I guess I just had to make sure I heard that correctly. I can agree with that in a sense.
Of course.
Most successful people are hated by someone.
Yeah. Look at every rapper that gets big. They move out of their city because it's dangerous for them, because they're doing better than the people that were coming up at the same time or even before them and didn't get to the same place they're at. Like, people don't like when you beat them at something that they're doing. So if you don't have any haters,
and so a lot of the times these people they still do dumb shit. They get the money, they get the fame, they move out, but then they still go back and do dumb shit around people that they shouldn't be around anymore.
Yeah. So I've come to the conclusion, like, in my life of dating women have a real hard time with cutting shitty people out of their lives. And it seems like, for whatever reason, I'm not going to say for whatever reason, I know the reason, but black folks have this, it seems like the mass majority of the people in the news that you see bad stories about have the same problem.
Which would be in your estimation?
Being overmothered.
Yeah, I can't argue with that. I just said that the other day on my podcast. That is an absolute fact.
So what do you feel? Okay, so who are you going to vote for come 2020? Who's your vote behind?
I was thinking about not voting. I say I didn't vote for Trump the last time I sat out, but this time he's actually done stuff that I like, but he talks too much. And Joe Biden's just a piece of trash, so I'm thinking about sitting this one out.
All right. Well, if you don't vote for Joe Biden, you're not black. Remember that. That came from him.
I know. I'm waiting to see when I'm going to reap some of these benefits of not being black anymore, because he damn sure ain't getting my vote.
Okay, so I didn't vote for.
Question about that. Why is it that Joe Biden wouldn't tell a white person that? And
because,
does that seem like a slight on black people that he was able to say that and black people are still going to vote for him?
No,
two-part question.
It doesn't really. Okay, so all right, so in the media, in life, you have black folks that just call white people racist all the time. All right. But in this case, you can call Joe Biden racist because he's racist. So, like, the people that are actually racist don't get called racist. But, like if your average white dude says, hey, I only like white women, he's a racist. Like,
yeah, I agree. But I'm saying though, like he was able to tell black people, if you don't vote for me, one of two white guys, you're not black. Why wouldn't he say something like that to white people?
Because that shit won't work on us.
You ain't white if you don't vote for me. And white people like, wait, what?
So I am getting an echo when I'm talking.
Yeah, hold on. My damn pods just died on me. Hold on. Let me find this thing. Is it still echoing?
No. Yes.
Yes, no. Hold on.
Yes.
All right, give me a second. Let me try to find this other headset thingamabob. Okay, let's see here. On Bluetooth. Dang, does this sucker have any juice? No, it's dead. Fuck. Okay, what about this one?
But the main reason that Joe Biden thinks that it was okay to say that is because he's not really pandering to white people. Democrats don't.
I mean, it's almost like he understands that white people have two choices. I don't understand why black people didn't take that as him saying you only have one choice.
He did. That's what he's saying. Democrats expect to get the black vote. Like they do. I didn't vote for Trump in 2016. I didn't. But I am going to vote for Trump now. I am a huge Trump supporter. I fucking love Trump. I love Trump. And not only do I love Trump, but I don't care who knows that I love Trump because I fucking love Trump. I can't hear you, bud.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I got this other Bluetooth connected or not. It's not acting right. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah.
Yeah,
There's an echo.
Yeah, I'm trying to cut this other Bluetooth on now. Is that better?
Yeah, I don't hear. Oh, nope, I hear myself.
Fuck, that's not working. All right. I mean, all I can think I can try to do is, let me see. Make sure I don't have any other. No, I don't have any other apps open. Is there still an echo now?
Yes.
Shit. And I cut the damn mic down. Default speakerphone. How about now?
No, I don't hear myself.
No echo? Good deal.
No echo.
All right.
Yeah, I'm a huge Trump supporter, and I work for the union. And the union, okay, it's back now.
Fuck.
You're killing me, Smalls.
Right. Man, my pods went out extremely fucking fast. And the damn
Were they charged?
Went out. Yeah, supposedly they were.
Don't you hate when shit lies to you?
Right. Here's the fuck. Let me charge this other one. I wasn't expecting that both of them went out. Typically, when one goes out, you still got about 20 good minutes with the other one. Both of them went out simultaneously.
Yeah, whenever I use my pods, I only do one side.
Fuck, I don't even have the charger for this damn headset. All I can try to do is adjust the damn volume on the phone. Just the volume so the feedback won't be as high until I get some juice on these suckers or it stops.
That's what we're gonna start calling you, is juice.
Default. Even the other ones I just hooked up was on like 30%, so that bitch gonna die quick too.
If you want, I can speak and then I can mute you while I'm speaking.
Go ahead.
Okay. So yeah, like how do you feel, like, why exactly do you not like Trump? Because like Trump I honestly think that Trump is a super smart dude. I think he's a super smart dude, and I think that a lot of the stuff that he does is well timed and well put out there, and that there's a plan to it. And I also think that by him using Twitter is to get around the media.
My only knock against Trump is he talks too much. Other than that, I have absolutely nothing against him. He's doing a fine job. He brings back the old American values of walk with you. I say you got to keep that big stick, man. We used to be tough. People used to fear us. Who wanted to go to war with us? He's bringing that bravado back to the office, and I have nothing wrong with it. I see nothing wrong with it.
I love his bravado. I love his bravado. I love his bravado, and yeah, like I think that the reason that he's doing the whole the tweet thing is I think he speaks in code on his tweets, and I think when he speaks in public, he speaks in code, and I also think that he's doing it. Like, I do think that there was some bit of a learning curve because he was never a politician, but you have to think he has the media against him. He's got entertainment against him. He's got people in the government that are against him. He's the only president that's ever had 98% negative coverage. So, like, I do think that, like, he does these things to – I also think he says and does stuff to get them to pay attention to that and not pay attention to something else that's going on. The week that he decided to stop having refugees come to America, they were all in a hissy fit about some, like a marker or a tweet or something that he did, and they talked about that for 2 or 3 days, and they never even mentioned this executive order that he signed. I think he's a genius.
Yeah, he's definitely the only president that could have got away with using Twitter. Like, they literally want to know what he's saying via Twitter every single day. There's a reporter whose job it is just to watch his Twitter feed and report on it, which says a lot about people in today's world, that they have nothing else better to do than criticize people all day, every day.
So what do you feel about the idea of privilege? Do you believe that white privilege is a thing?
If it is, I haven't experienced it, but one thing I can say, most black people that feel that way have never really been around white people. I happen to be the only black kid at my school from 1st through 8th grade. So it's all I was ever surrounded by was white people, and I never experienced it. I got privilege. I was able to experience things from white people giving me privilege that a lot of my black family members and friends and stuff didn't get to experience. So if it exists, I haven't seen it.
See, I don't think that white privilege exists. I don't think in the context in which that they say that there's privilege. I think everyone has privilege. I think everyone has privilege. I don't think this idea that you're white so you get an easier life I don't think that's true because I'm white, but I can't play in the NBA. I'm not tall enough. Like it doesn't matter what my skin color is. If I don't have a good jump shot and I'm not 6'5", 6'6", 6'7", 6'8", 7'1", like there's only been a few guys that were fucking under 6 foot tall that have ever been in the NBA. Now, granted, I am 6'3".
White chocolate, baby. White chocolate. Short guy, dishing the shit out the ball. Must see TV.
But it's very few.
Well, y'all got what's that guy's name that plays for the Mavs now? I'm gonna think of his name in a minute.
I'm not saying that there's not white people that play. I'm not saying that there's white people that don't play in the NBA, but I'm saying like you don't just get to the NBA because you're white. Like if that was the case, then it wouldn't be dominant. Like most sports are dominated by blacks, and if there was such thing as privilege for being white, like you would think there'd be more white people, or the fact that never once in my life have I ever gotten pulled over and not gotten arrested or a ticket because I was white. My uncle is a sheriff in Portage County, and I have like a fuck ton of arrests in that county. At no point did I ever get a break for being white, and I never got a break for my uncle being a sheriff. Never, not once.
Well, hold on. I got one more trick I could try, but that goes back to what I was just saying. If it exists, I've never seen it. I would have to have someone explain to me what white privilege is. Let me see. Is that better? Is there an echo?
I don't hear an echo.
All right. Good old landline headphones.
Boom.
Old shit comes in handy. But yeah, that's why I said, hate to repeat myself, but goes back to, as I was saying, I've never experienced it. I don't know what it is, so I couldn't know, but I don't even know the definition of it from what black people say. A lot of, I guess, what they would call white privilege, I call nepotism. And I'm not against that. I say, other when you said the affirmative, when you were talking about you don't believe a person should be given something because of their color or gender, whatever, I feel the same way, because if I build up a multi-billion-dollar empire, I don't want anyone telling me who I can hire. I want to hire my family and have my family pick and choose who the hell they want to hire, no matter what color the person may be. I want to keep it in-house. I don't want to be forced to tell me how to run my business.
Yeah, like I think once you like, I just don't think I think affirmative action is not good. It brings people in that aren't qualified, for one. For two, I feel like that's like a woman's, like that's like a woman's game. Like when you were in school and if you played a sport, you wanted to be the best. You competed to get that recognition. That's what men do. We compete. Women don't want to compete like that. Women want to like cheat.
Participation trophy.
Yeah. Like they want cheats to get to where they think they should be. I think that's like a woman thing. But how do you feel? How How do you feel about the George Floyd thing?
The George Floyd thing, it was disgusting, but it also was an isolated incident in that particular situation. Although that particular death caused up a uprising because people had memories of the other stuff. But it was hard to watch. But then I saw the Tony Tempa video, and that was equally hard to watch. And I don't remember anyone talking about him simply because he was white, but he died the exact same way, except for those officers was laughing and joking
And they were on him
while
for
he was
longer.
dying. Yep.
Yeah, but see, this is my thing. I think what happened to George Floyd, I think that was not good. I don't think there was anything good about it. But to equate that to all black people get treated like shit by white people, all black people get treated by cops by shit, like get treated by cops like shit. All black people should be upset about white, like I don't understand how an incident has to translate into so many things and then it becomes 60 days of rioting, and that's a cool thing.
Right. And people are actually upset at Trump for sending out federal agents to a place where they won't stop. I'm like, at what point are y'all supposed to be put under control? Like 60 days is enough. But since you asked, uh, do I think there is white privilege? Do you think with all of the intolerance that's going on in the world today that black privilege is a thing?
I think there is black. I do believe in the context that we're in now, there is black privilege, and I can give you a perfect example. So there was those two people, those two white people that put that paint on that Black Lives Matter mural got charged with a hate crime.
Right.
Okay. If you remember, right when in 2015, when Trump was running for president, still under Obama, there was those black teens that kidnapped that white kid, or it might have been right after Trump became president. It was in that time period. They kidnapped this kid that was mentally slow, he was mentally challenged, and they were torturing him, and they kidnapped him, and they called him racial slurs and was saying that he voted for Trump or some shit, and it wasn't charged as a hate crime.
I agree. There's a lot of most crimes that black people do on white people are simply because they're white. And they're never charged as hate crimes. I'm just being honest. Most black people, when they commit robberies against white people, they do it because they're white and they perceive that they have money, or they perceive they have something valuable on them that they can't get from the average black person.
Well, see, the reason that I do believe there is a privilege for being black, I don't think that the privilege goes so like I think black women get more of a privilege than black men do when it comes to like affirmative action and stuff like that. I think they get more benefits of affirmative action. Now, I do know of black men that get affirmative action that does benefit them. Like I've been on jobs in the union where there have been guys that couldn't get fired because you have to have a certain amount of
right.
Yeah, you have to have a quota, and like if you said something, like if the foreman said something to them, they would, I shit you not, I've seen with my own eyes, they'd point to their skin and literally say, I can't get fired because of this. So like in some aspects, I do think that there is privilege, especially in this climate, but I don't think that it doesn't affect me personally because I don't have issues like that. But I do think that in some ways, yes.
Well, yeah. Black women definitely have more privilege than black men. We can't talk shit to the police like they do.
Yeah, but to be honest with you, even if you're a white guy, you can't act like that with the police.
No,
Like
y'all are
just
fighting
being a
every
male.
time.
Yeah, just being a male, you can't act like that.
Like this lady got to twerk in front of the police and wasn't charged with anything. Let a man pulled his pants down and shook his ass in front of the police.
Well, okay, so there's a comment that says cops have killed their own relatives and gotten off light. Okay, so listen, you need to understand something. Are there bad cops? Yes. How many women have killed men and gotten off on it? How many women have lied and said
He
that
raped
a
me.
man raped her and it was a lie? Like there are bad things in everything. Like there's nothing that doesn't have bad stuff in it. But the
Is it the
narrative
majority?
that's sold with cops is a farce. Like you literally have celebrities coming out and saying that, like LeBron James made a comment about how black people are being hunted down when they leave their house. 9 unarmed black men were shot last year by the police. 9.
In
9.
50 states. 50 states, thousands
9.
of cities in the US.
There was 9. Like that doesn't seem like hunting. Like when the Indians and settlers hunted the buffalo, they wiped the buffalo out in America. They killed them all. 9 people being killed that were unarmed. And when you look at the statistics, unarmed only means without a gun. That does not mean with a knife. That does not mean with a pipe. That doesn't mean with a taser. It just means without a gun. And just because you're unarmed does not mean that you're not dangerous.
I agree. That's why that doesn't even make the top 10 in the list of things wrong in the black community. Because these same officers that we claim are racist and all of that, those will be the same ones that we call when there's a mass shooter or something in the neighborhood.
I also, so do you know one of the things that one of the stereotypes that whenever I'm getting like I'm in a debate and a black person doesn't agree with my point, you know what they say?
You're white, you can't speak on black issues.
Not just that, but they also say, yeah, well, at least we don't have mass shooters like you guys do. And I was like, and they're like, look it up. Every mass shooter's a white guy. And I'm like, yeah, because they file black mass shooters under gang violence. When you drive up and shoot 15 people at a funeral, what is that?
That's a mass shooter.
That's a mass shooting. But when they
Most of the
report
time
on it,
most of the time it's a couple of them, but it's still potato. It's still the same shit.
it's the same exact fucking thing, except for it's not written or talked about in the same manner. It's considered gang violence. So like white people aren't beating people in mass shootings. Like we're not, because we're not.
You gotta go next time someone says that, you have to just go off with the list. Say, okay, we got mass shooters, saying, okay, y'all got drug dealers, y'all got gang bangers, and just go down the list.
Yeah, like this is what I honestly think. I don't know if you go with me on this or not, but I honestly think that, like, I do believe that there was systematic racism at some point in the black community. I do believe Jim Crow was systematic. I do believe that there were things that were done to the black community to keep them held back. But I don't think in 2010. I don't think in 2000. I don't think in 1991. Like I don't think that. But I do think that, like, I think that black women taking welfare affected the family. I do think that people selling drugs affected the black community. I do think that having children out of wedlock affected the black family. I think that there are certain things that were put onto the black folks, but they didn't have to do it. Like at some point there is personal responsibility that is in that.
You know what you just said? Everything you just said, they all have the same thing in common. And it just slipped my head that quick.
They're all Democratic policies.
No, not that. That too. What the fuck? Oh, there we go. They're all more important and have killed more people than police have. All
So
those things you said are way more vital than the 9 people that died last year, because everything you just named, the drugs alone killed that. We don't have to go into the infant mortality rate or the the kids that are coming out of these single parent homes, the cycle of poverty of not wanting to do more, and the kids just 3 and 4 generations living in the same projects. But police violence is what we choose to focus on.
okay, so hold on a second. So there's someone in the comments that's going off. Would you care if I brought them up on the panel?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Are they going off about you or me?
Mainly me.
Okay. I see someone said my voice. Drugs came from where did black people go to other countries? But Italian people didn't go to other countries and get drugs either. But they sold them. Italian people sold drugs, but not in their community. Asian people sold drugs, but not in their community.
Like not just that, but the mob was bringing in heroin from Italy. It was called. There was actually an FBI sting that was called the Italian Connection, but that was the mob. Like that wasn't the vast majority of people. Like.
And Yolanda, actually, Frank Lucas did go to other countries and bring back drugs to sell in Harlem.
Facts.
But we gotta stop this. Just because the drugs are there doesn't mean you have to use them. Yolanda, if I drop off 100 pounds of crack in front of you right now, are you gonna smoke it or sell it if that's not what you do? I'm not a saint. I've made some damn bad decisions out in the world. But one thing I did do when I was out in the world making bad decisions, I made sure the shit I was doing was a misdemeanor. I actually looked into the law to see what the fuck I was doing. That's just like the argument people use when they say, oh, they dropping guns off in Chicago. And so instead of using them against the people that we call racist and forming our own militias, like the other people have done that have gotten weapons strapped off by the U.S., we use them against each other. The Taliban came from us dropping off guns and training them.
Well,
and a whole list of other people.
But this is the thing. Every group of people have had, like the Italians had gangs when they came over, the Irish. Every group has criminal elements to it. There isn't a group that doesn't. But you don't see you don't see the mob not having families. Like the Irish and the Italians were mostly Catholic. They had strong families. Like
they didn't mess with kids and women. They had rules.
Yeah, they had rules that they followed. They had strong families. But at the end of the day, though, like it comes down to personal responsibility. If I drop a metric ton of heroin in East Cleveland, you don't have to go pick it up. You can call the police and say there's a bunch of heroin in the street,
which white people typically do. Every time you hear about a big sum of money or drugs turned in, white people did it. This has always baffled me.
Do you know why that is?
I know why it is. That's just the hustling me coming out.
But the reason that guy like white people, a lot of white people do that is because they don't want that karma. Like they don't.
It's not.
But
if that's not what you do, it's just not what you do.
yeah, but not just that, but they just like most white folks don't like they don't want that bullshit. Like they just don't see that as like I'm gonna tell you right now, if my grandmother found a bunch of money, she's gonna call the police and she's gonna turn it in because obviously if there's a large sum of money that's lost, they're gonna realize that there's something not right about this. And someone's going to come looking for that money. You know, like they just don't want that. Like they know it's not theirs. They know it doesn't belong to them and they don't think it's right to take it. And they don't want those problems.
Well, my mom probably wouldn't take the drugs, but she would take the money. She turning no money. She turned the drugs in. She don't fuck with that. She despises that. That's against her religion. She wouldn't do it. But the money, on the other hand, she'd be like, God bless me with this.
So what is there anything else? Is there anything else that you want to know my opinion on? Anything you can think of?
Not off the top of my head.
So are you married?
I am not. I was engaged once before, and I was 3 months away from the aisle, and we split.
Do you have kids?
I have 4.
How many baby moms?
4.
Now, would you tell a younger man right now not to do what you did?
Exactly. I told my 16-year-old son that the other day when I saw the melee at putt the other day, because I'm like, I know my son is sexually active, and I'm like, most of the shit that was going on at the putt happened from teenage girls, and I'm like, my son could be having sex with these people, so I had to reiterate to him how it's one of my biggest regrets, and he was like, yeah, I know, to protect myself. Me and my mom talk. I said, son, she can only tell you how it is to be a woman. She can't tell you what a man goes through out here dealing with women and baby mothers and all of that stuff.
Well, like I have 2 baby moms and 2 kids. And I can tell you right now that it's not. It sucks. It sucks. As soon as you get on that child support angle, it sucks. You fucked.
Well, I've been blessed enough to dodge that. My kids are 16, 12, 8, and my daughter will be 2 in September.
Now, here's the real question. Are your baby moms black, white, Hispanic?
All 4 of them are black.
Are any of them on welfare?
1.
And you're not on child support?
No.
I despise you right now.
I guess Tennessee's a little laxer. I mean, they tried to send the notice, I guess, once on welfare, my son is 12. I guess they tried to send the notice, but I didn't have a stable address then, so I never got served.
Fuck you.
I probably shouldn't have said that, but it is what it is. They gotta kiss me.
Dude, fuck you. Because my son's mom told me she didn't believe in child support.
Oh, you know what? And matter of fact, the same baby mom that receives welfare, I actually tried to get custody of my son once because she had some shit going on in her life, and that's what her lawyers asked me. They were like, "Do you pay child support?" And I was like, "No." And they said, "Why not?" I said, "Because anything my son needs, I provide." I said, "I don't see how me giving her cash is going to benefit my child when she has three other kids to take care of. There's two other kids at the time. So she has two other kids to take care of that she isn't getting support for. So is that money really going to go to my child?" And they were like, well, that was what they were going to recommend, and recommend that she keep the kid to the judge in our little paternity, well, not paternity, our custody suit. And so I just never went to court on that one. I just never showed up.
So this is what happened with me. So my son's mom said, "Hey, I don't believe in child support." So okay, it's cool. Guess who's on child support?
You are. Every time they tell you what they aren't or what they don't do, it's coming sooner or later.
Listen, bro. Now tell me if this is some white privilege here. Okay, you tell me if this is white privilege. So my son's mom has a daughter who's older. Her father is he's black. We'll say he's technically like got Italian in him. He's mixed somehow, but you wouldn't tell by looking at him. He went to prison. He got 12 years and went to prison 2 months before before she gave birth. And he's been in prison for 5 or 6 years, not on child support. Now me, this guy right here, my son's 3, been on child support since he was a year old.
You still something, you went out.
Oh yeah, so her daughter's father is in prison. He's been in prison for 5 or 6 years. Never been on child support. My son, I've been on child support ever since. And when I met his mom, she was getting her tax return for her daughter and sending him money. In jail. But this bitch will not let me claim my son not 1 year. I've not claimed my son not any year he's been alive.
Women pick the trash guys to love, and I say we pick the trash women. It's both ways. We do the same shit sometimes. And
Listen,
Yolanda, yes, I am financially involved in my kids' lives as well as physically and emotionally.
Listen, I don't care. I don't care if she loves him. I just treat me the same way you treat him. Like that's what I'm saying. Like if you're gonna send Broski $500 off your income tax because you tell me it's his daughter too, that's his money as well. But I pay for my kid. I'm there for my kid, and I can't claim him once. Like now, like seriously, like not one time. Not one time.
You did something to piss that woman off.
Oh, for sure. Clearly.
You did something terrible. Not to say that it has never been peaches and cream. The only one that I'm kind of smooth navigating on is my daughter. But even we split after we stayed together as long as we did because my daughter had a heart transplant. And I was like the primary caregiver from the time she was born till May. Well, I mean, to this past March. When I couldn't take all the shit anymore, and I was like, yo, I gotta bounce.
I know.
So everything has its ups and downs, but I definitely regret having 4 baby moms. It's definitely it's a bag of worms, to say the least.
So prior to me meeting my son's mom, I could not pull out of a driveway. All right, ever. All right.
Still can't. I just pick women that
And
birth control.
yeah, I can't pull out of a driveway, and I don't shower with a raincoat. All right. So, with that being said, I ended up getting the first time I got with my son's mom. I literally met up with her one day. She said that she made a comment about she was afraid us to hang out because I was white, and she thought I might be a serial killer. And then we went to a park, and then there was a deer, and she kept making jokes that I was trying to get her eaten by a deer. And then the next day we had sex, and she got pregnant that time. The first time I parked in the garage, pregnant. Then I asked her to marry me, and she told me that marriage was kind of a big step. Because I wanted to do what was right for my kid. Because that was back in the day when I was still on my blue pill, when I was still simping, when I still thought this idea of like, oh, that's the right thing to do. And she told me,
just for shits and giggles.
She said, no. Getting married, that's a big step. I know I'm carrying your baby and all, but marriage, shit, that's a little too steep for me. So then we didn't end up together, and she got mad about that. And then I was with my daughter's mom, and I was dating her for like 5-6 months. And I was parking my garage. I was parking in the garage, couldn't back out, couldn't pull out, no raincoat. And like she started doing stuff and saying stuff, and I just felt like I feel like I really wasn't feeling her like that anymore. Like I was wanting to end the relationship. And then I stopped having sex with her because I felt like she wanted to get pregnant. Like she wanted to get pregnant to hold on to me. So I had sex with her one time on the first day of her period. Now, I was under the assumption that during your period, the likelihood of you getting pregnant is low, like super low, like almost impossible.
The egg is dropping.
Yeah, correct. I shit you not, bro. August 25th of 2018, she started her period. I went and put my shark shirt on and started sharking around. And then, yeah, bro, I Moses the shit out of that thing. And then a month later, I broke up with her. The next day after I broke up with her, she told me she was pregnant. I thought she was lying to me. She went to the doctor, and the doctor told her that her expected conception date was August 28th. As I told you, I parted that sea with like Moses on the 25th. So this chick got pregnant in the middle of her period, in the middle, the third day. And then, yeah, like ever since then, like when I broke up with her, she was telling people that, she was telling people that I beat her while she was pregnant, that I kicked her out because she was pregnant. She was getting high while she was pregnant with my daughter. She was whoring around while she was pregnant with my daughter. After she was done, after she had my daughter, she was still getting high. CPS got involved. CPS wouldn't give me custody of my daughter. So long story short, I really haven't seen my daughter a whole lot. I've seen my daughter maybe 4 or 5 times in the little over a year that she has her. And a few months ago, she started her and my girlfriend started talking, and they started plotting against me and shit. So I've just had to cut her off. I'm waiting for child support to come because I'm not going to give her any money until child support's involved, because as you know, it's a gift. Any money you give that's not child support, it's a gift. So I'm just waiting for the child support to come, and I'm going to pay my child support, and that's just going to be it. I'm not going to be involved. This woman has ran my name through the mud. I was on papers for the last 7 years, and I have you out here telling people I'm beating pregnant women. I can't. There's no there's no way for and he dropped off. He's having some technical difficulties. He'll be right back. All right. Yeah, so I was on papers. I had 5 years over my head, and I have her out here telling people that I'm beating her pregnant. And there's no way for me to explain to my PO that didn't happen. There's no way for me to not go do the time. And then I forgave her for that. And then I found out she was getting high, and I was pissed. And then I was even more pissed that CPS didn't want to do anything about it. And then after she started canoodling with my girlfriend, and they started plotting on me, I just cut her off. Like, I just can't, like, I can't be around my daughter. I can't see my daughter. Like, I can't have anything to do with this broad, because if she's willing to do anything to make my life miserable, and I can't do it. I can't be involved with it.
I definitely understand. I had to just tell my mom the other day because I hadn't seen my 8-year-old son in the past 2 years. And the reason being is because his mom lied and said that I shot a gun into the house and I was arrested for it. And I don't go to trial until October. I refuse to take any plea deals or anything like that. I'm going to trial. And I had a restraining order for a year. And my mom was like, well, the restraining order, why haven't you talked to her? I said, because I'm still pending trial. And I said, how can I ever trust a person that will lie on me and throw me in jail? I'm like, even when this is over a year from now, how can I trust being in her presence knowing that she lied on me and sent me to jail?
Yeah. And Chris, I listen. So you have to understand something. That you picked the wrong woman. That's that plantation talk. All right. Imagine this. I'm free. I was a slave. I was on the plantation. I got away. And you're telling me I'm picking the wrong woman to get me to go back on that plantation looking for the right woman, and she's not there. Like, she's just not there. She don't exist. It's just a trap.
I picked the wrong evil woman. Shit, it's a lot of wrong women out here. All wrong women aren't evil, though. It's a difference.
No, no, I disagree with you, because guess what? All women have the ability to fuck your life up.
Oh, they do, but that's why I said all of them don't. It's some that can just some can just take a breakup. Some can y'all can co-parent. Like I said, I have 4 baby moms, and I really only have this type issue with this one that sent me to jail. I don't
Yeah, but
have these issues, so that's the
but look at
evil
me.
one out the bunch.
But look at me. You see me?
I'm looking. Yeah, I'm looking.
Okay. If a woman is into this, she's got daddy issues. She's fucked up.
That's not true. You said that. Why you say that about yourself?
Do you have a daughter?
I do.
Would
She's
you want
2.
your daughter? Would you want your daughter when she's 18 or 25 to bring home a dude with face tats and a throat tat and a criminal record?
Bro, I
Would
don't. I have the tats. I have a criminal record. I don't have the face tat though. But I mean, that doesn't make who you are.
I understand that, but again, usually a woman that's into a person that looks like me has a daddy issue. They don't have a strong relationship with their father.
Uh, I can go 50% on there with you on there. You know, some people are just. But sometimes it's like the opposite attract type thing. Some girls need the bad boy to tame them, and that's who they marry and settle down with. They have great relationships with their dad. Some people, the dad might actually not approve of you, and they love the shit out of you. And that's how it was with my fiance. I guess I was the bad boy type to her, and her parents really hated it, especially because I had 3 kids at the time, and she had none.
Yeah, bro. But again, you're like this. What you need to understand, my dude. I the first one. I didn't think I could have kids. I went a good 12, 10, 12 years with parking my car all willy-nilly in every garage I could find with no raincoats and didn't have one kid. My sister can't have kids. But I found out I was mistaken with my son's mom. And then I stopped having sex with my girlfriend and I got a kid. I ain't having no more kids. I'm telling you that right now. I ain't fucking no brats. I ain't dating no women. I ain't doing that.
You gotta say Kim Kardashian or Beyonce. Hopefully, I can get back in the good graces of the Beehive, or Beyonce or something like that. Contentment. I ain't having no baby with no regular broad.
I ain't having no baby with. I'm not having a baby with Nicki Minaj. I'm not having a baby with Lil Kim. I'm not having a little baby with any of the Kardashians. I'm not having a baby with Beyonce. I'm not doing that. That's not happening.
I have a baby with Miley Cyrus off top. Any
Definitely
one of the
not.
Kardashians. I'm not scared of them.
No, I'm not. I'm not having sex with any of them. I would rather not have sex. Like I would rather play video games than have sex.
You have been scared, and you have been scared straight.
Beyond scared straight. Like you know when you watch. Do you know when they take you to Scared Straight, and like they tell the kids that if they don't go through it right or whatever that they're gonna stay, and then at the end of the show they don't stay. I'm the Scared Straight edition where they actually put me in jail with these dudes for like 60 days. Like I'm just like I'm not going back. I don't care. I'll die at the cops' hands. I ain't going back.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Since you said you have a record, the places that you were locked up in, was the population more white, black, Hispanic? What was the prison ratio like?
Well, most of the prisons out here in Ohio you have more blacks than you have whites. But I never ended up going to prison.
There's a misconception that white people don't go to jail. And I know that's not true.
Yeah, the only reason that I didn't go to jail was because of luck. That was it. It had nothing to do with my skin color. It had everything to do with my judge.
This is very true.
Yeah, so
I've had some
the way that
whole judges, I've had some cool ones.
The reason I didn't go to prison was because the first time that I got arrested for aggravated trafficking. I pled down to possession. I was a first-time non-violent offender. They had passed a law in Ohio that they had to give all non-violent criminals of drugs the ability to do treatment in lieu. So I went on treatment in lieu. I kept getting high. I kept doing stuff. I got questioned for a tampering with evidence that was related to a more severe charge, and they got me for tampering with evidence. And when I went on the run again, I was on bond. I somehow talked my way into having my sit-in judge give me bail. So I used my real slick tongue. He was a sit-in judge. They wanted to give me a $25,000 bail. I said, I just got out of treatment. Like, I'm sober. I have a job. I'm trying to get my life together. He goes, well, if you can piss clean, I'll let you out. But he wasn't the judge that was supposed to be there. He was just a judge they brought in because my judge was missing. Yes. Yeah. I had been doing drugs the day before, and somehow when I pissed in that cup, it came back clean. He let me out. I went on the run again. By the time that I went to a halfway house, I decided to get sober. By the time that I ended up going to court, the judge that I had retired, and a new judge had taken his office, and she was all about treatment. So because I was already sober and because my family is known in the area for having a criminal history, she said, if you're able to get 5 months of sobriety like you have, or 4 months or whatever it was at the time, I'm willing to give you a chance. But if you fuck up, I will give you all the time of every charge that you have. I'll max you out. And I've not been in trouble since. So
took advantage of the opportunity given to you.
Correct. And I just got off papers this month. I've been on probation for 7 years.
Congratulations.
So it wasn't my skin color. It wasn't anything other than this judge felt that sending criminals that were on drugs to prison didn't help them. But she would send you to prison if you fucked up. And I just didn't fuck up.
And this is a thing called drug court here in Memphis where they do the same thing. And there's people of all types of ethnicities that go to drug court. So that kind of debunks I don't, sometimes I think black people get so caught up in what happened in the past that they think it's still prevalent today.
And to answer your question of what attracted you to black women, so I grew up like, okay, so I grew up in Windham, Ohio, which is projects. And it was,
white.
it is white. It's an English name. But during World War II, they built temporary housing for the people that were building bombs at the arsenal. The arsenal is in Ravenna, Ohio, and it was put there because it has the most cloud cover in the country. So during World War II, it would be hard to bomb it. They put up 140 buildings or 144 apartments the buildings had 5 apartments or 6 apartments in each one. The soldiers lived there during World War II. After World War II, they ended up becoming privatized and people bought them, and then they became Section 8. So when I was growing up, it was mixed. I lived in a hood, it was all Section 8 housing, it was all projects. It was meet the ghetto and like small rural town America. Like we had in the city, we had 3 lights, we had 1 grocery store, we had 2 bars, 2 gas stations. There was no dollar store. There was no Walmarts. There was an IGA. All right. And then,
country living.
Yeah, it's country, but it's all Section 8 housing. So you got black people that live in Section 8 housing. You've got white people, and pretty much everybody's poor. And I was dating. I had a black girlfriend when I was in elementary school. Like I've always. I have a problem with liking women. It doesn't matter what skin color they are. I love women. Like I love black women. I love white women. I love Asian women. When I was committing crimes, I hung out with all black people. I hung out with Bloods. That's who I ran with. Like I've always when I moved to Cleveland, Ohio, you can look up the street. I lived at 79th and Kinsman at Garden Valley Projects. The projects, I was the only white dude in the projects. When I came to Cleveland, they told me, "You're white. Don't go to Kinsman Road." Within an hour, I was on Kinsman. That's where I hung out all the time. Like I've always just been where the dangerous, bad shit was going on. So I was always around black girls. Like I just like black girls. Like that. Just like I can't tell you what it is that I like, but it just gets my blood flowing. Like I don't know. And to be honest with you, I really can't fucks with women these days. Like I'm straight monk mode, bro. Like I'm not. Like I'm too scared. I'm too scared.
Most of my encounters are one night stands. It's not that I'm scared. I just don't have a lot of time for bullshit.
Bro, no. I don't have dude, the only good luck I've ever had is literally with not going to prison on drug charges. That's the only luck I've had in the court system. I have I have over 30 arrests in Kent, Ohio alone. I literally got arrested. I got my license suspended on a Monday, got pulled over for driving under suspension on Wednesday. I was told I had a week to get my paperwork in for my privileges by the judge. And I still got driving under suspension on Wednesday. And then on Friday, I got 2 more driving under suspensions. So I had 4 license suspensions in 1 year, or in 4 days. I had 4 in 4 days. And I paid out. Listen, last year at my job, I made $42,000. I paid out $16,000 in child support and taxes. I live off of $25,000 a year, even though I make almost 50 grand a year, and I can't claim it. I can't claim any of my kids. I don't get any money back on my taxes. Like anytime I go to court, I have to pay the lawyer fees for me and my kid, and I have to pay all the shit the court once paid, like the court costs, the attorney fees. I pay everything. Like I don't want no more kids. I don't want no more kids. It's not gonna happen. I'm not doing it. You couldn't pay me. If you told me you'd give me $10 million, yeah, like I just can't. I can't do it. Like if you told me you would give me $10 million, if I was told right now, I'll give you $10 million if you get this woman pregnant. No, I don't want the money.
Yeah, see, I can't knock that. That's that child support shit is fucking terrible.
Dude, when I got put on child support for my son, I was paying $1,300 a month.
Well, how much were you behind when you got on it?
I wasn't behind. That wasn't back payments.
What the fuck?
Like, if there's some form of white privilege, I don't know. Because when I went to court, my son's mom was black. The prosecutor for the state was black. The judge was black. I was white, and my attorney was white. And I was paying more child support than anyone I know for one kid.
Child support court doesn't see color. They just see women. They see ain't shit men and the women that need help.
I definitely was not ain't shit.
No, I'm saying I know you're not ain't shit, but that's what they deem all men ain't shit. That's why they do it so bad.
Bro, I was paying $1,300 a month, and I was making $17 an hour. I was making $34,000 a year, and I was paying $16,000 a year in child support, and that didn't include, like, that was before tax. So, like, I literally was living off of $800 a month. I literally had like 10 grand or 12 grand to live on for a year.
It's just fucking, it's insane, and they don't care. And we can't get welfare. We can't get Section 8. We can't get any of the benefits because that person's already getting them, which is why the fucking child support's so high.
Well, when CPS got involved with my kid's mom, they wanted to give me my daughter, and I said, she's been keeping my daughter for me, so I don't really have anything in my house. Like, let me get my stuff together, and then I'll take her. And they're like, well, you're going to have daycare. And I was like, well, seeing as I didn't wake up today thinking that I was going to have my daughter, like, is there any places you could point me to or any resources or anything like that to help this transition? And they said, you're the dad. No. So I was going to have to pay $800 a month for daycare. And I couldn't stop. And I couldn't stop working. I couldn't stop working because I have to pay child support for my son. And then I went to child support and said, hey, I'm going to have my daughter. Could you guys lower my child support payments? And they said, no, we don't do any sort of payment adjustments off of temporary custody. So I couldn't get child support for my daughter. I couldn't get my child support lowered for my son, but I had to pay $800 a month in daycare. I still had to pay child support for my son, and then I also had to take care of my daughter and somehow pay my bills and live because I had a penis.
Were the judges women or men?
Everyone was women. They were all women. It was all women.
That figures. But
the only time
one guy in Memphis, one judge was famous. There was a guy for sticking it to men, and I never understood that. Like, you're a man yourself, you should understand the struggles
that come with being a man. Why would you do this person
Listen,
like this?
the only man that I ever seen that was in the courtroom or anything to do with the court system here in Cleveland was my attorney. None of the women that were at CPS, none of the people in the courthouse that I had to deal with, no one at child support that I had to deal with, not a single person was a man except for me and my attorney.
Scorn bitter women. Damn feminists.
Listen, I called CPS on my son's mom at one point, and the lady told me on the phone, she told me that if my son's mom was to lose her place to live, it was my responsibility as the father to pay for her to have somewhere to live so that my kid would not be in the street.
That sounds like alimony. And that's it. Like, how is that your so what's her response? What is the woman's responsibility? If she lose her shit, you have to pay for the child that you're not having custody of. If she lose her shit, you gotta still pay the child support plus provide a place for her to stay. This shit doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, my child support got lowered because my son's mom agreed to have it lowered. But in order for that to happen, the state told them that the state wouldn't sign off on the deal unless I gave up the right to claim him. So I pay her $300 a month. I pay for all his medical expenses, and then I can't claim him. And because I can't claim him, it's like $1,500 a month out of taxes. So like this year, I paid out 16 grand to the state. I filed my taxes. I got back $325. I owed the city of Cleveland $285. So I ended up with a grand total of like $40 out of paying out 16 grand.
Were you able to get a stimulus?
Oh yeah, I got stimulus for myself. I don't get stimulus for him. So she got to
I
claim.
was just asking, did you get for you? Because I know some guys that I know, they didn't get one at all because they owed for child support.
Oh no, listen, I'm overpaid on my child support. I'm ahead. Like they owe me money. Like I went and put my listen. I am like I am not the typical dude that you hear about whenever you hear about women talking about men. I went and put myself on child support. I went down there, opened a case on myself, had them give me a DNA test so I could prove that that was my son, so that I could then go to court and get custody of my son because she was keeping him from me and I wasn't allowed to see him. I paid for attorneys. I paid for everything. When we went to court, she told the judge that I paid for everything that he ever needed. Anytime he needed anything, she'd call me, I'd get it. And I still got hit with $1,300 a month in child support. And it got to the point where when they lowered my child support payment, they were sending my new order to Florida. And they wouldn't let me take my child support papers to my job for them to take the money out for the new payment. They had to mail it, and they kept mailing it to Florida. So by the time it got settled, I was like 4 months behind or 5 months behind. So I was paying like $500. My child support right now is $300. I was paying $500 or $400 a month or something like that. And then I was paying for his insurance, even though my son had insurance for over a year. All right. I gave the car to his mom, and she works right downtown by the welfare building and the child support place. I told her to take it. She never took it. By the time I took it down there, I gave him the card. It took them 6 months before they reviewed it and changed my child support payments. By the time that they credited me all the money that I had paid to them for Medicaid while he was on my insurance, I was $600 over on my child support payments. And then after they lowered it, they didn't take off the rears. So then they were charging me for the back child support that I wasn't over. And then they credited that to me, and I was over like $700 or $800. And then they charged me a $600 managing fee, so I went down to $300 over. Yeah, like I've literally at every breakneck, every time I've turned around, I have been fucked in the butt by child support. Listen, when they when they when they ended up changing my order, so I had the first order and then they did the second order. They never took my payments from the first order and put it to the second order. So I had two child supports, one that I was current on and one that I was a year behind. So they tried to take my license and they tried to suspend my shit and claim my tax money because they didn't move my payment history to the other order. They just made it and backtracked it to when the first order was. Like, they literally fucked my shit up hard, man. All the way through.
And just think of how many other men they're getting like that every day that don't catch it.
Yeah, like they were fucking me up, man. And like my son's mom doesn't like anytime she gets mad at me, she tells me, "Oh, well, you're not really there for your son like you should be." I get 10 hours a week with him is what the court said I'm supposed to get is 10 hours. I paid thousands of dollars for 10 hours. I can't ever miss work. I can't ever take a day off. I can never go on vacation. Like, I'm just constantly got to work all the time because the child support system is making it to where I can't. Like, I just can't. So if there's a thing called white privilege, I haven't seen it. I haven't caught it. I haven't seen a glimpse of it. I haven't heard magical stories of the good old times. Like, I don't know. I don't know where it's at.
That's just part of the stereotype that black people have of white people, that all of them just have money and are perfect and live the lavish life, and they act like we're the only ones that have problems and issues.
Listen, my parents were divorced. My mom cheated on my dad. My stepdad is my dad's best friend that my mom cheated with. Like, I grew up in my mom's house with my stepdad. He was paying child support for his other kids. My mom can't manage money. I grew up with summers of I grew up with summers of not having electricity, winters without heat, no Christmases. Like I
A white thing, man.
like I started selling drugs and hustling at a young age. Like, when I was a kid, I was mowing every grass in the neighborhood so I had money. I was playing Magic the Gathering competitively so that I could make money doing something. Like, I was selling drugs to get money. Like, I literally became a hustler because of the situation that I was in with my mom. And like, yeah, like I've never seen it. Like, no one in my family's rich. Nobody. None of my family's rich. The only person in my family that was well off got killed by the mob because he sold drugs and committed crimes with the mob. Like,
Yeah, I say that's why stereotypes are stupid sometimes, and that's why I
my
also
son,
see a lot of black people that have these stereotypes and think these things. They really haven't been around a lot of white people. They haven't been exposed to them.
my son turns 18 in 15 years. I'm 31. So I'll be 46 years old when my son is off child support. My daughter is 1 year old, and I will be 49 when she's off child support. So I will not be financially stable until I am 50 years old.
Nah, you gotta say you're gonna become a big YouTuber. You're
Yeah,
gonna
but
make You're gonna
But
make
here's
that
the thing.
PewDiePie money.
If I make that PewDiePie money, I'm still not going to be living like PewDiePie because
Then
they're
your
going to be
shit gonna go up. I
because
know.
they're like he's going to be making like 10 million. He makes $10 million a month. They're going to be hitting me for $8 million a month. So I can't
They'll say,
even
we
buy.
need the increase.
Yeah, like I can't even live in the same neighborhood as him. Like I'm not even going to be in like the nosebleeds that he's at.
But
Like
I would ask the judge if they've been surviving off this much this long, why the fuck they gotta get more? They clearly can survive off what's been ordered all these years.
well, here's the best part. My son's mom is pregnant with a third baby by a third guy.
See, I said that's like black problems. Black people, they have these type problems too. Y'all like it happens.
Well, I'll be
So
fair.
let's stop.
I'll
But
be
I'm
fair.
just
She is black. She is black.
oh, I take that back. Damn it, black people.
Yeah, my son's mixed, but yeah, like yeah.
Man, that sucks ass. Somebody said they gonna want some more if I get that PewDiePie money.
Listen, I honestly like when I first got put on child support. Listen, this is how fucked up life is. When I first got put on child support, when I was paying $1,300 a month, she was living with her sister, and her sister has 4 kids by 3 men. They lived in Section 8 housing, and they both got food stamps. And so there's 5 baby dads, and there was 1, 2, 3, 4. There were 6 kids. 5 baby dads, 6 kids. I paid more in child support than all the other baby dads put together.
They probably didn't pay. You probably was the only one that actually paid.
I'm talking not even the amount that like I'm not even saying if they paid or not. I'm saying the numbers that was given from the court to them that they were supposed to pay. My child support was bigger than all of it. All 4 of them.
It's because you white, man. We got to stop this systematic oppression. They did it because you were white.
That's the only way I could see it, my dude. Like,
No, I'm not being funny. That judge was the judge black or white? Black woman, white woman.
It was a black woman.
Black woman. Oh, this white boy that got this black girl pregnant. He got money. If he don't, he gonna get it. Black women are scorned, dude. That I point that one to you were strictly because you were white.
That's how I felt about it, bro. And like I only made $34,000 a year. Like I was like that's not even wealthy. Like that's not even rich. Like I wasn't making insane money. I wasn't at all. But I was paying more than everybody.
I think I know one person that pays like $800 or $900 a damn $800-900 a month, but that motherfucker make 80 to 100,000 a year, depending on how much overtime he get. And that's what I'm like, I guess it's the city and state or the state, I guess, but that's the highest person that I know. $900 a month making 80K a year, 80 at a minimum.
Like, dude, child support system did me dirty, bro. I walked in and they punched me in the mouth, and I watched the judge rape me while the bailiff just looked. Like, so what is
if you get that YouTube money, you won't have to work as hard, so it won't be as bad paying much. You like work is easier.
Well, I'm hoping that
for the moon.
I'm hoping that one of these days that this YouTube channel blows up and I start making money from it, or my photography starts making money. Because I'm telling you right now, I'm trying to do the least amount of manual labor that I can do in the future. Like if I can make as much money as I make right now talking to this camera, that's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to be an electrician no more.
trade-off. I definitely understand. I had to make that decision when between working and being there for my daughter's transplant place and shit. So ever since, I've just been self-reliant, doing knickknacks, this and that, cutting grass, whatever, self-promotion to be independent. It's a grind, though. It is definitely a grind. Yeah, to say, but you seem to yeah, say you're a good dude. You have some good messages. It's not hard to it's easy to resonate with what you say. You're an everyday person.
Yeah, like dude, I'm pretty simple. I'm a pretty simple guy. Like, listen, like, and when listen, I'm not a bad looking guy, Chris. Chris, I'm not a bad looking dude, and I've had a lot of women in my life, a lot of women, and like I get the idea that they all dated me, and like I'm the most common denominator, but like they personally like up to the one previous to them. So like I can't, there's no way it's all just it can't be all me because I do the same shit. Like since I've been sober, I get up, I go to work, I come home. That's it. That's all I do. I don't do nothing. I don't. I'm not a dude that's out late at night cheating. I'm not a dude that I don't commit crimes. Like, listen, my girlfriend when I made this channel didn't like the idea that I made a YouTube channel. Explain that to me. Explain to me how me staying in my house talking to a microphone and a camera, my girlfriend had a problem with. That's the type of shit that I have problems with. Doing normal ass basic shit gets me in trouble.
What was her explanation?
That's for kids.
That's why I have one night stand.
like I can't win, man. I can't win. If I work too much, my son's mom tells me that I'm a bad dad because I'm not there enough. I go pick my son up. He tells me he doesn't want to see me. Okay, well then he doesn't want to see me. I had a girlfriend call me the N-word because she was trying to piss me off. I dumped her. My son's mom gets mad at me, says I'm a racist. like I can't win. There's no winning, bro. That's why you just gotta give up sometimes. You just don't play the game.
Yeah, you gotta say yeah. That's why I say I keep my human contact. Like I got old sex partners. We ain't got shit else. We don't have any other attachment other than we link up to have sex, and it's not even that often.
Yeah, I'm on a like just imagine no nut November, except for I'm doing that every month. Like that's what I'm on.
Power to you. You gotta say more power to you. But that actually has some metaphysical and holistic benefits. So it's not all in vain.
Yeah, like this is the only female in my life.
I hit the damn comment thing and I don't want to hit X because if I do it might cut me out like it's been doing. Oh, okay. I see it now. The doggy.
Yep,
the comments
that's the
were
only.
up and I didn't want to get knocked out the chat.
That's my only female in my life. That's it.
I'm not big on animals. Fish.
Oh,
I'm a fish person.
I'm an animal person. Yeah, no nut 2020, no nut 21. If I can go no nut to 49, at 49 when I get off child support, then I'll be okay with maybe busting some nuts. But until then, no.
You have to bust a nut to celebrate Trump's re-election. You have to. It's American.
That's what my palm's for.
It's
or I'll
American.
go buy.
You got to grab.
I'll go buy some street hooker. I'm gonna go buy some street hooker.
Well, that's fine. That's still sex.
Yeah, but they ain't gonna get pregnant.
Or you can just get on Instagram. You don't have to buy a street hooker. They're on Instagram now.
Yeah, but I would rather just I'd rather just buy a street hooker.
That's what they are on Instagram.
Yeah, but see, there's something there. There's more of a. It sets the tone better when I drive up, and
It's
we're in
nostalgia.
we're in a shitty alley, and it's dark, and it's just suspect as shit. And then like you're pulling off trying to find somewhere like. That's just way better than like some bra on Instagram that has had 1,000 filters. At least this way I can see the bitch.
You sound like you've done this before.
Hey, I might have bought on a street hooker once or twice.
You're not a real man if you haven't bought. But you know what? I am 37. I didn't do it till I was 35.
Yeah, I didn't do
I
it till
almost made it.
I did it when I hit 30.
I almost made it to the 35.
Yeah, like I'm good. I'm honestly I'm good. That's my mail right there behind me.
Well, you got two of them. Yeah, so how's that working out? They tear up shit, don't they?
Nope.
You leave them out when you work?
Yeah.
Oh, man. That's a no-no in the black community.
Watch this. Ash, come here.
Well, you know what? Black people don't train dogs. We just let them do what they do.
Yeah, no. Like, these dudes, they both sleep in bed with me.
Seriously, have you ever seen a black person have their dog sit, roll, heel, all of that shit?
No.
Me either. And I grew up around black people. It's just something we don't take the time to do.
Dog's man's best friend. He's not gonna call the cops on me. He ain't gonna say that I beat him. He's not gonna get mad that he's happy when I come home. He's not mad when I come home. He's not gonna not go outside because he's mad at me. Like, you know, he doesn't act like a woman. Like he doesn't do shit to be petty. Like he's happy. Doesn't matter if I'm gone for 10 minutes or 5 hours. He's happy to see me.
Yeah, women do some. I was having that argument with my partner the other day because I was saying that all women want control, and he was like, "No." I was like, "Bro, yes they do." I said, at the end of everything they do, it's about some type of control. I'm like, hell, even my 2-year-old daughter manipulates me for control of whatever she wants at the time.
Yeah. Exactly. Like it's in their nature.
I haven't found. I hadn't ran across that one that's. I don't know. I always find. I know women come at a level 7 crazy, but I always like find them at 10. I've been doing better since my daughter was born.
Exactly, Chris. He says, lock your dog and your woman in the car trunk for an hour. When you let them out, who will be happy to see you? Facts.
Not the woman. These are facts, Chris.
Facts. Like, he's happy to see me no matter what's going on.
So what'd you think about the Jussie? I was about to call him Bubba Jussie, whatever. What'd you think about the Bubba Wallace incident?
I think that he's a fucking idiot.
He's mixed. I don't get how mixed people most of black mixed people just discard their white side.
I think, look, that just goes to show that there's no white privilege. Like, look at Sean King. That motherfucker's white as shit. He is white. In his police report, he was a white person, but he's a Black Lives Matter person saying that he's black because there are benefits to being black. There are more benefits to being black than are to being white.
Because it's like, and black people love him because he's supposedly exposing white racist cops. But he doesn't ever, in stories where shit is clear as day, where the person fucked up, like Mike Brown, he doesn't go back and retract his statements and be like, okay, y'all, he did do some fucked up shit. He was wrong. He never goes back and does that.
This is the problem with the black community. The problem with the black community is a they they want to give blame to somebody and not take accountability. And when they do that, they do stupid shit like if I showed you a picture or if I showed you a video of a white dude and a black dude fighting, you would probably, because you have logic, would say, like, it all you saw was the middle of the fight. You didn't see the beginning, you didn't see the end. You just saw both of them fighting each other. You would probably, if I asked you for your opinion, you'd probably say, I need some context.
What happened?
Correct. But everyone else, you show a white dude and a black dude fighting in the middle, they're gonna say, "Oh, it's because the white dude's a racist. That white dude was doing something to that black guy."
But when you N-word,
but when you look at the statistics, that's not the case. Do you know what the crime stats are for interracial crimes?
I do, and we commit them more against y'all than y'all do against us.
It's 90% of all interracial crimes have a white victim and a black perpetrator.
And I'm willing to bet that that's most of the time black men killing white women.
I won't even say that. I'm gonna say it's black guys whooping white dudes' asses or robbing white dudes or robbing white. Like, I don't think it's necessarily men or women. I'm just saying.
I thought you were talking about interracial dating.
No, just interracial interracial crimes in general.
Black on white, black on white versus white on black.
Yeah, it's 90-1. For every one white person that victimizes a black person, there are 9 black people that victimize a white person.
I can believe that because it's not common that you hear white people beating up. White people don't tend to hang around black people, so the odds of them doing that are slim to none. That's why I said earlier that a lot of times when black people commit crimes against white people, they're doing it simply because they're white, and it's not called a hate crime.
Like, it's just like there's so many narratives that are going around, and people just buy into the shit, and it's not benefiting nobody. Like, in comments on YouTube, I've had people tell me, as soon as we're done with these riots, I've seen comments that literally say, whoever doesn't support Black Lives Matter, we're going to remember. And when these riots are done and we get what we want, we're coming for you white people that didn't support it. I've seen comments that said, literally, we are going to do to you what your ancestors did to us.
That's true. And then they wonder why there are racist people.
Well, not even that.
But if there weren't racist people, you just created some because now they feel like that the white people that didn't need to band together so they can be protected.
Well, not even that. Not even that. Not even if the people are racist. But if I tell you that I'm going to come beat the shit out of you and I'm going to kill you and I'm going to hurt you and you see me on your street, what is your first thought going to be?
To get my gun.
Correct.
Because
of what I said to you, that means when you put eyes on me, you've already got in your head a perception of why I'm there. So then you have black folks saying that we're going to kill you and treat you like your ancestors did. Only 5% of whites owned slaves. Most of them lived in the South and were Democrats. And there were black people and Indians that owned slaves. So, long story short, not every person comes from a slave owner, but we'll forget about that. But if you tell me, if I live in an all-white neighborhood and I see a bunch of black people in my neighborhood, I've never seen this many black people in my neighborhood. And 2 weeks ago, I see comments like, "We're gonna kill you." I'm not gonna feel that anything good. I'm gonna perceive you as a threat. Like I don't understand. Like I don't understand how that makes sense. Like you tell me you're gonna kill me, and then I perceive you as a threat, and then when a black person gets killed, they go, "Well, it's racism that you just assume black people are a threat." You're telling me you're a threat. Like what do you want me to do?
Man, that's racial profiling and situational awareness. Racial profiling saves lives at times.
But this is the thing.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I mean, I'm not racist, but I have situational awareness. If I'm on a road trip and I stop into a town that's perceived to be a quote unquote hick town, I'm not stopping. I'm gonna get back on the expressway and keep moving. It's just situational awareness.
Yeah, but listen, when I was committing crimes and doing dope and selling dope, I'd get pulled over being in a black neighborhood for being white because they assumed I was buying drugs.
Yep.
Is that racism?
That's racial profile. That's what I was telling you earlier when you asked. You said when the white guy is normally around the black guy, what's the first thing come in mind? I said in Memphis, that's the mark. That's the guy that's got the money. That's the person buying the drugs or supplying the car or the house or whatever. Definitely.
But the cops would look at me and go, "Oh, well, he's buying drugs." You're not going to see no white people picketing or arguing or fighting about getting pulled over for being white in a black neighborhood. We don't give no fucks.
It's only that's in Memphis, in the actual city. I don't think I've been racially profiled, but in the suburbs that are considered white, like Bartlett and Germantown, definitely.
Yeah,
I've been to jail in Bartlett before just because, like, my license was suspended, and so was my passenger. My passenger didn't have their seatbelt on, which got me pulled over. License ran, come back. They let her drive away with suspended license in my damn car and took me to jail.
Yeah, but you were a man, so.
I know, but that's the only shit like that I see, and I just avoid those places. I don't got time.
Yeah, but to be honest with you, had your license been valid, you would have been fine. Yeah, and they had a legitimate reason to pull you over for her not having a seatbelt on.
And in that situation, that situation, that wasn't a situation of racial profiling. That was just a situation of they treat women better than goddammit men. But no, it's definitely racial profiling out in that place that I've got. But when I'm clean, it's a slight inconvenience, but when I'm not doing anything dirty, I don't have anything to worry about. It's a slight inconvenience.
Do you know what the crime statistics on crime are?
Depending on which crime. Some I'm familiar with, some others I'm not.
Violent crime.
54% committed by blacks.
Correct.
Yes, yeah, I'm familiar with those.
13% of the population, 5% of males that fall into that criteria.
Yeah,
so black folks probably wouldn't get pulled over in these white suburbs if the statistics didn't show that you need to watch out for black people.
This is true, but if
you know what I mean?
If you say that, you're considered a racist, or if I say it and agree with you, I'm considered a coon.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's never, the argument is never, well, let's change this problem and see if it stops the problem.
Well, we deflect to another problem. We deflect to another problem. That's the battle that I, as a black man, face, trying to set myself apart from the stereotypical black.
Do you know how many times I've heard shit from black girls about white dudes
All the time.
all the time. There's a YouTuber on YouTube that literally said that she went to a white school and her family made fun of her, saying that she'd probably bring home a white boy one day. And she said, I had many opportunities to have sex with a white boy, but I did not lose my virginity to a white boy because I did not want to be shamed.
I was made fun of for for going to a Catholic school, private school, being the only black kid there by family and friends. I talk white, I talk proper, yada yada yada. I heard that.
Yeah, but turn around. Like this is the issue this is the only issue that I see. Like if you're gonna say something about one group, then there shouldn't be any problems when another group says something similar to you. Like I just don't understand. I just don't. Just like if a woman comes out here and says, I don't have sex with dudes with little penises, and I have a little penis, I'm not going to bitch about it. I'm just going to roll on with my little penis.
And find the ones that like it.
But you tell
thinking though.
You tell a woman, yeah, you're 155 pounds and 5 foot. You're too fat. Oh, God. Oh, hell. That was, how dare I say that? Like, what? You just said I had to be over 6 foot tall. You can change your weight. I can't change my height.
It's a confusing world in 2020.
What do you think about that dude going out there and running around his transgender son?
I mean, Dwayne Wade.
Yeah. What do you think about Wade being so prideful about his transgender son?
Shit. Pardon me.
You're all right.
I'm angry at Dwayne Wade because he has a son that is less than 2 years away from being in the NBA who he's not walking around and parading for being a heterosexual basketball player. He has 2 other sons, as a matter of fact. They're not being paraded around for being who they naturally are. Why is he putting all this time and attention into this other child?
Is he not proud of his other sons?
It appears not. Being straight, something that he claims to be, is not to be praised. Like this guy's about to be an NBA player in the next year or two.
What's up, Mr. Lawrence?
Brother Savage, what's up?
What's up, buddy?
I don't know. You sitting there dressed looking like you're ready to go out and be an undercover cop or something.
No, this is actually this is for cameras.
Yeah, I know that. I'm just saying what it looks like. Just wanted to jump in real quick, man. I'm not gonna stay long because I got another meeting I gotta get into. It's gonna be a long night. But I just wanted to tell you, good show. MONEYBOY Trey, nice seeing you here, man. Good show. Also wanted to let you know, and your subscribers, keep an eye out because I'm subscribed and I get notifications, but they're not sending them to me. I just happened to pop in and see you just now, so I just want to let you know. I don't know if they shadow banning you or something like that or what, but I just wanted to give you a heads up. Okay.
And
I just wanted to give you
and resubscribe, and that typically takes care of the problem.
Yeah, I've done that, but it's still not working.
Wow.
It's still not working. That explains
why.
I
You've
haven't
been on
in.
Thomas' show too many times, bro. You getting shadow banned.
Yeah,
he'd be all right. He'll be all right. But I just wanted to let the subscribers know, double check their settings and stuff like that themselves and find out what's what. But like I said, for I would say maybe the last week, 2 weeks, I'm just finding you when I just happen to go in and look at my subscription section. It's not sending me the notifications at all. As a matter of fact, you didn't even show up as a notification. You showed up in my little drop window for commentary. And even then it didn't tell me anything. I didn't even know it was a live stream. So
YouTube don't like me.
That's all right. That means you're in an honored class. Don't worry about it. All I'm worried about is your subscribers, because I don't want them thinking you vanished or you're not putting content out. You know what I'm saying? That's important for them to know.
I
But
appreciate it.
no worries, no worries. Hey, that brothers look out for each other. That's what we do. But like I said, I got to jump into a meeting. But like I said, I've been listening in the background for what little I did, and like I said, it's a good show, man. You're doing all right. All right.
I appreciate it. Yeah.
All right. So on that note, I'm jumping out of here. You guys have a good night, and hopefully I can get these notifications fixed, and I can see you next time.
Thank you, bud.
All right. Peace.
Peace, man.
What points do black people, like, what talking points do black people typically give you a pushback on?
Pretty much anything that I say. Like, so you have black folks that are like Tommy or like you, that like if you make a logical point or you bring up statistics that are provable or they have seen, they agree. But then you have the other black folks that it doesn't matter what you say, you're a pale face, so you can't talk about it.
Dude, I have to show you my shirt. I've been called a coon so much, I decided to embrace it. Hold on. Can you see it?
Yeah, I see it.
I've been
That's a nice
called
shirt.
it so much, I just said I'm going to go ahead and embrace it. Critical observation of niggas. It is what it is. Call me a coon all day.
Do you know what you should go watch?
What's that?
Have you seen or heard of Uncle Tom?
I have.
The documentary, not the book with Uncle Tom in it, but the documentary that just came out a month ago.
What's it on?
So what it is a documentary
So I'm
about
saying,
black
what
conservatives.
what channel is it on? I mean, not what channel, what platform is it on? Amazon Prime or some shit like that? Netflix, Hulu?
I think it's yeah. So you go to uncletom.com.
Oh, that's the Candace Owens and Officer Tatum movie. I've heard of it, hadn't watched it yet.
Yeah, it says it's an oral history of the American black conservative, and it's got he's in it. It's got who else is in it? I cannot remember who's on it. It says featuring who, I'm trying to find who's
Candace Owens is in it, Officer Tatum. I think Jesse Lee Peterson may be in it. AJ with ABJ or whatever. Anthony Bryan Logan. I'm sure all of those are in it because all of them typically do little podcast stuff together.
Okay, so here's the cast. It has Colonel Alan B. West. It's got Robert L. Woodson in it. It's got Brandon Tatum in it. It's got Carl Swine in it. It's got Shadow Jackson, Larry Elder, Herman Cain, Jesse Lee Peterson, Kevin Austin, Patricia Watson, Kingface, Pastor Stephen Broden, Rob Smith, R.C. Maxwell, Candace Owens, Joel Patrick, Michael, I can't even pronounce it. It's Ayetrwa, however you pronounce that.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know how you pronounce it, but you can go to uncletom.com and you can stream it for $20, and it's got all those people in it, and it's literally a documentary of them going and doing interviews. Like, and the guy that does it, he goes into like Herman Cain's office, and like he's at Herman Cain's house, and he's at Colonel Allen's house, and he's at like I haven't watched it yet. I'm about to watch it tonight, but I think from your shirt I might like it.
Every last black person on there is considered a coon by black people right now. And Kingface actually he learned under Tommy. Yeah, so Tommy's actually out here making a difference and helping people transform. Forget just like politics, he's helping people transform their mind and way of thinking and moving and reacting.
Listen, I like King Face, and I like King Face because I can relate to King Face from being a criminal.
Exactly. Exactly.
Like
Me
like
too.
I ran with Bloods here in Ohio. Like that's who I was around. Like I know what it's like to be hassled by the police, and then I also know getting sober and stop committing crimes, and working and taking care of my kid and not having any problems with
Changing your life, right?
I don't have any problems with the police at all. I don't get pulled over, nothing. And I
Because you're
got
not in those same areas and you're not doing the same type activities to
correct.
make the police mess with you.
Yeah, like I have a great example. So, I went to pick up my dude L. My dude L is a black guy. I had him get dropped off at a gas station around the corner from my house because I didn't want the people that was dropping him off to know where I lived because I was hustling. And I picked him up. We pulled out there was a cop sitting in the parking lot. I pull up, he gets in my car. I go out to pull out the backside of the parking lot. The cop follows me. I go to the first stop sign. I put my turn signal on. I turn right. The cop follows me. I go to the next stop sign. I put my turn signal on. I turn right. I pull over to park. The cop pulls up behind me and he pulls me over. He asks me about. He says that I smell like weed. He says he wants to search my car. I tell him no. He brings the drug dog. The drug dog hits. Now there was no weed there was no drugs in my car. So he told that drug dog to hit. He told the canine officer to have it hit. The whole time, L was talking about how it was because he was black and that the cop was racist and blah, blah. Now, I honestly thought that was true. In the moment, I thought this cop is racist. Do you know what I later found out 3 or 4 months later?
What was that?
I had sold pills to my friend's aunt who wore a wire on me, and I was on camera and on audio making a transaction. And
Busted.
I I had a secret indictment, and I was under investigation for months. And them pulling me over and wanting to search the car had nothing to do with him getting in my car and him being black. It was me.
Yeah. You couldn't
But
tell him that at the time.
I wouldn't even try to tell him that because the way it went down, it made sense. Like he had the drug dog hit on his side of the car. He was watching him at the gas station. The cop didn't hassle me until I picked him up. Like it made sense in the moment. But once I got my door kicked in by drug task force with mask and ARs, I knew that they weren't looking for him. They were looking for me.
Question. What
Yeah.
do you guys say? Was that a no-knock warrant?
I wasn't there, so I don't know.
Oh, because I was gonna ask you about the. I've been the victim of a no-knock warrant before, and I was gonna ask you how you felt about the Breonna Taylor case, because I'm personally tired of people saying arrest the cops that killed her. It was a tragic accident, but they didn't try to kill her, so they shouldn't be arrested.
It wasn't an accident. They didn't kill her on accident.
No, I'm saying the shooting was an accident.
No, it was intentional. The cops were in the right though.
No, I'm saying they didn't try. They didn't go there to kill her. They returned fire. They were justified because they were shot at. That's why I said it was an accidental. They accidentally shot her because she wasn't even the one that shot. It's a sad killing. It was the accident, but they had a legit reason to be there and had a legit reason to return fire. So I don't think they should be arrested. And me being the victim of a no-knock warrant,
I asked them because I thought they were the robbers because they couldn't get through my door with the first hit of the battering ram. It had an old frame. It took them like 3 or 4 times. And I asked what would have happened if I thought y'all were the robbers and shot through the door. And he pointed to the guy with the pump and said we would have taken care of it. And I took that to mean we would have fired back.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. They did a no-knock warrant on her house because, for whatever reason, they didn't.
All narcotic searches are pretty much no-knock warrants. All of them.
Yeah, they got a no-knock, but they knocked. They knocked on her door, and that's when her boyfriend, who was a drug dealer, and she was also selling. She was incorporated in that business. She wasn't a paramedic. She had not been a paramedic since 2017. And he shot. I'm gonna tell you right now, if I'm a cop and I'm kicking a door in and you shoot, I'm laying down everybody. Everybody. Everyone in the house. I don't care. Don't shoot.
We said the same thing. I just didn't bring up. Remember, I said they had a legitimate reason to be there. I don't need to bring up their background or anything because I know how warrants go. Because I've been the victim of a no-knock, so I know how they go. I know they're only there because they've seen some type of activity out there. They're not guessing. They've seen somebody come in and out that house with some type of drugs. I know how it goes. So they had a legitimate reason to be there. And when somebody shoots at you, you have the legitimate reason to fire back.
Do you know how hard it is to get a no-knock warrant get into a house?
I don't know if they actually, like I said, the ones I've been a part of 3 of them, and the only time that they announced themselves is because they were looking for a fugitive. It wasn't drugs, but when it was drug related, they don't knock. They kick the door in. It's the element of surprise because they don't want you to hide the dope. It's a stupid rule.
Well, they also don't want you to get a gun.
Yeah, I'm saying it's dangerous for them though.
No, it's less dangerous for them to kick the door in and surprise you than it is for them to announce themselves.
It's only because like I said, in my particular case, they didn't come in the first time. They had to hit my ram like 3 or 4 times. So it literally sounded like somebody was trying to kick in my door, but they never said police.
Yeah, it was dangerous because
again, they had a legitimate reason to be there. Again, I wouldn't say, oh, they were just messing with me. They had a legitimate reason to be at my residence. I couldn't argue that.
Well, when it comes down to being able to get a warrant to even start an investigation on a drug case, they have to have 3 complaints of traffic at your residence before they even open a file for an investigation. So it takes 3 people reporting you for them to even start to look at you. Then to get into the house, there has to be a hand-to-hand recorded transaction. Like they can't kick in a door that a person that hasn't sold them drugs. So if I sell drugs and I'm known to stay at your place, they can get a warrant for your house and bust this house and that house at the same time if they think I'm going to be in either one. But they can't just kick your door in because they think there's drugs there. Like people don't realize it's actually pretty hard for them to get warrants for people's houses.
I think in her case, though, they had evidence of her car being at a drug house and a package also being delivered to her house. So they had the proof of it. That's why I said they had legitimate police business. I didn't doubt that. And the only reason gunshots were fired is because the boyfriend shot. And the law has said that he was justified for shooting because they didn't announce themselves, but they're not supposed to on a no-knock warrant. So that's why he was let go, and that's also why the police shouldn't be charged. But Black Lives Matter and other groups aren't saying that. If he was let go for shooting because of the no-knock warrant, then they were justified in returning fire. You don't just take shots at you as a police officer and not fire back. That doesn't happen.
Like, look at that time. So look at that guy that shot 2 police officers and got off on it. They were doing a no-knock warrant on a dude's house at like 3 a.m, and the cop tried to climb through the window, and the dude was in the room, and he, as soon as the window opened, he shot dude in the face and then shot another cop, and he got off on it because they came through the window. Like, you're not supposed to come through a window on a no-knock warrant.
That's why I
So-
said them shits are dangerous. I'd rather announce myself and let them flush some drugs, because guess what? We have a warrant. We already know that drug activity is taking place. So we got you red-handed. We don't need the drugs, really. It's just a lot safer for them to announce themselves.
I think they should be able to have no-knock warrants and they can decide to use the no-knock warrant or not use the no-knock warrant. Like, I would let them make their own decision with their discretion on that, because they're investigating. They know, like, I don't think no-knock should not be allowed, because I'm sure that they serve some purpose. Like, I'm sure there's plenty of times that it worked to their benefit.
The element of surprise is just dangerous. It's dangerous for all parties involved.
But see, it wouldn't be that.
But the only thing you really salvage in a no-knock warrant is the recovery of drugs. You can't flush a weapon. That's the only thing you can really get rid of, is you can destroy the drugs. So at least you won't have that charge on you. But then they still already got you, because that's why they're there.
Well, when they did a no-knock warrant on my house, okay, so this is actually what happened. So they had an arrest warrant for me. I didn't sell out of my house, so they couldn't get a no-knock to my house. So they knocked on the door, but they didn't say they were cops. My girlfriend was expecting me to come home from work, because I worked third shift, and it was like 7 a.m. She heard the knock, and she had the door locked, and she thought that I just didn't have my key. So she got out of the shower and went and opened the door. And when she opened the door, there was like 10 dudes with masks and fucking guns. So her first reaction was to shut the door, because she thought we were getting robbed. And then they kicked open the door when she went to close it. And they found all sorts of shit in my house, but they couldn't charge me with any of it because they didn't have a warrant to enter. So, like, I got off on a bunch of charges because they didn't have a warrant to come in my house.
Yeah,
and I wasn't even there.
Yeah, they didn't.
Yeah.
They were coming to pick you up just on a warrant, a regular warrant. So that's different from like OCU and police shit. That they were picking you up on not a narcotics warrant served. They were just coming to get you because you had an arrest warrant out for something else.
No, I had an arrest warrant for drug transactions. But the way that a no-knock works is they have to be able to tie the residents to the drug activity, and they purposely
they just had your address of record.
Yes,
so
they served.
Gotcha.
They served me. They were coming to get an arrest warrant because I was wanted for aggravated trafficking, but they couldn't use the residence because they couldn't tie the criminal activity there, so they didn't have enough reason to get a warrant to kick my door in.
Your place, yeah, they were supposed to just catch you in traffic, or where you had been at doing the crime.
Yeah, and I sold at a gas station, so they had an arrest warrant for me, and they could serve me at my house because they knew that's where I lived, but they couldn't enter it with a warrant because they couldn't prove that I never sold drugs out of it. Long story short.
Yeah, so they didn't have a search warrant for drugs. They just they were just there to pick you up.
Correct.
So that's the difference, though. They didn't have a warrant for you for drugs. And that's what I'm saying. Like in most cases, I've been involved in 3 of them. One time knocked, and that was like, in your case, they were looking for a fugitive. So they were and that was the fugitive's last known address. But the 2 drug charges, there was no announcing. It was straight up kicking the door in. And that's because drug activity had taken place at that residence. That's the only time they really that's the only time they really use the no-knock, is when they known some drug activity is happening in that house. They've sent somebody in.
somebody that you've served has been wired. And even it happened to a lady officer a couple years ago. The guy got convicted. And no knock warrant. He said he didn't hear them say. They said they announced themselves. He said they didn't, and he ended up shooting her. And she died because she had like 3 or 4 kids. They threw the book at him. Well, that seemed like a dirty cop situation. Only 2 officers showed up to serve that warrant.
Yeah, that seems like.
When does that ever happen? 2 cops.
Yeah, that seems like some dirty shit.
They were coming to shake him. It was right before Christmas. They were coming to shake him down.
That's exactly what's happening. But is there any points that you want to get to, or anything you want to address before I wrap this interview up?
Yeah, I say, no, man, that was it. I want to say it was a good conversation.
Do you have a YouTube channel?
I do. It is MONEYBOY Trey. You just type MONEYBOY Trey in and subscribe.
Yeah. So anybody that watches this on the replay, or any of the people in the live, go check out MONEYBOY Trey's channel. And you have
MONEYBOY Trey on all social media.
And you have a podcast?
I did a pilot episode that's not really a podcast per se. It's kind of like this with me and my homeboy called Toxic Masculinity. We did like the first episode a couple days ago, and we're gonna attempt to do one weekly. And you're with Toxic Masculinity, so we definitely would love to have you on there.
When do you guys normally do your
We know we're black people. We don't plan. We just do shit spur of the moment.
All right. Well, this week, so you know, at 7:30, I'm doing a show already at that time. So like I won't be able to do it at 7:30 on Sunday, but any other time after 3 o'clock, I got you. Just let me know what it is, and I'll pop in.
I think we should do an abortion call-in show.
Okay. How many?
I think that's gonna be on the Toxic Masculinity. That should be the next one for Toxic Masculinity.
Okay, and if you don't mind me asking, how big's your channel?
I only have 239 subscribers, and I just recently started getting those. You guys say Tommy lit a fire in my ass. He kind of made fun of me one time for sharing one of his videos. He was like, "How you gonna share my shit and you only got like 95 subs?" And so that made me go on a little promotion spree to kind of take it seriously to get it up. Whereas most people would. Yeah, I shared one of his videos at the time because I liked the shit that he was like. He's so used to people, I guess, dissing him, saying what he said was wrong, and like I was doing the opposite. I was like, wow, this shit he's saying is like on point. It took me a while to get used to it. I was like, he's on point, and so I was like, let me start sharing it, and he kind of did that. And I also think it was kind of like a test the character type thing too, because most people would be like, oh man, they would have took it personal and got offended. Why you talking about my channel and fuck you, blah, blah, blah. The typical stuff that happens to him, which I didn't do. I kind of took it as a sign to kind of go stronger at it. But I'm small, but I've only been doing it seriously maybe about 4 or 5 months. So I got probably like 5 or 6 videos of myself doing some talking or interviews with other people. Everything else is shit that inspires me or other people that inspire me that I repost.
Well, I started this channel April 28th, and I just hit 216 subscribers. And to me, I think I feel blessed to have 216 subscribers, especially since like I'm just a dude that talks to a camera. I guess pretty much all I do.
All right, that's great.
That shows you have some type of influence, and it can only get bigger because if you attracted that many people, they're going to send your message out to other people like them.
Well, I'm gonna be fair. I will be fair. A lot of my exposure became because of Tommy. So, like, if it wasn't for Tommy, I don't think my following would be as big as it is.
I found you through Tommy. It doesn't matter how people come to you. They came to you. If you if you were on Tommy's channel talking nonsense, nobody would have came over.
That's true.
If they thought you were racist or something like that, they wouldn't have bothered coming over. Or if they did, they would have left comments, but they wouldn't have came and subscribed.
I
So
actually have a subscriber that showed my videos to two people, and both people were women, and they both thought I was racist.
well, that comes with the game, man. You
Yeah,
can't have 100% of the vote.
I'm cool. I'm cool with it.
And
But
you said we'd be.
I do look like a racist, but I'm just a white guy going bald.
But see, that's it. What does the racist look like though? Because I wouldn't want somebody to say I look like a thug because I got dreads and tattoos.
But okay, so to be fair, if you go to Chance's song, he does say that he's gonna have some dudes with dreads in the lobby. So he made that correlation, and
You don't want no
skinhead
problems with me.
and skinheads, some white dudes with some blue eyes and a shaved head have made this look kind of bad for us. So like it's a fair criticism. I
When
will.
was skinheads ever a thing other than in a movie? Did they actually ever exist?
Yes, yes, there are. That is a thing.
Are they American?
Yeah, there are American skinheads.
Okay. Well, I've never encountered one. So the only time I've encountered it is through American Me. That's the only time I've ever seen a skinhead. But that's how I know the stereotype. That's the only stereotype I have to base it off of.
Well, a lot of skins are in prison. Most white supremacists and stuff are like gangs are from prison.
Well,
Most
I
of them.
understand that because that's a survival thing. If you're outnumbered in there by other gangs that are all sticking together.
Well, yeah, not just that, but also if you've been to prison, you know as well as I do that you can't just like willy nilly be doing stuff. Like everything is politics. Everything is like you don't really have a choice in the matter.
Do white people consider you a skinhead, or is that what you hear from black people mostly?
White people say it too, but it's more of like a joking thing. It's mainly when people take it seriously. It's black folks. But I had a black woman come up to me one time and ask me why I hated why I hated her, and I said I don't hate you. What are you talking about? And she saw the anti swastika on my arm, which you can see it. And for whatever reason, she saw past like the circle and the line, and she assumed it was just a swastika. But to be fair to her, I being in construction, I was working with on some job sites, and the people happened to be small hats, and they didn't want me on their jobs because of the anti swastika. Even though it was anti, they still had a problem with it. So I wasn't allowed to work. I wasn't allowed to work on their buildings. So to be fair,
I don't understand. This is what I don't understand about a lot of people. They just disregarded what the swastika meant worldwide and just stuck with Hitler. They stuck it with Hitler, which was meant to be an evil thing, but it was the universal symbol of good luck everywhere. The American planes had it
temples in Israel had it like it was all over the world.
Well,
The
yeah,
Spirit
but
of St. Louis had, go ahead.
do you know what the symbol actually means?
Go ahead. Tell me something different. The
Okay,
four corners and symbol of good luck.
yeah, but it also represents the square.
I'm listening.
Okay, so you have any friends that are Muslim?
I do not.
Okay,
I've studied it. I've studied some of it though.
yeah, so like that's a perfect existence of like people leading black people down the wrong path. Like the Muslim religion is actually in no way like the religion of black people. But I'll show you something.
Well, to be fair, all the religions that black people have been given to them by white people, so it's no different than the rest of them.
That's not true.
That's how.
So the Christianity was in Africa before the slave trade, and also there's a good argument.
A myth.
That's not a myth. Judaism was in Africa before the slave trade.
Okay, well, I'll give you that. Then why? I'll give you that. Say that is correct. I'm not going to argue that. Why are all the depictions of the biblical characters white?
Well, they used to be black, but then at a certain point in time, people started making the images in their liking. Every culture does that.
So wouldn't that leave black people to believe that white people gave them the religion?
That could make you believe that, but at the same
That's
time,
what a lot of black people believe.
yeah. But do you know why they believe that?
Because they don't do any more research other than the basic stuff that mom and dad told them.
Well, that and also, you also have to think of the narrative. The narrative that's being told to black people is slavery is so bad, you should be upset about it. All right. And we both know that. Do you believe in God or no?
I do not. I do not.
Okay. So
I retired from the belief game.
Okay. So if you believe in God, all right, God says that you're supposed to live a certain way. You're supposed to have a wife and children, and you're supposed to live in a certain lifestyle. All right. Now, do black people get married?
Not at the rate that they used to.
Correct.
Only 24%. And we're
Correct.
some of the most religious people in the world. It also tells us
Correct.
not to have premarital sex, but we do a lot of that. It also says
Okay.
thou shalt not kill, but we do a lot of that.
Okay, so now the left, they don't like God, do they?
The left, hold on. I see it, but I don't because I'm seeing it on my. Hold on, let me zoom it in. I can't tell. I just see a wall dividing people.
What you're seeing on the screen?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
okay,
seeing
so
like you're scrolling up and down now.
yeah, so this is Mecca. All right. You see this?
The Holy Land, yeah.
Okay.
The so-called Holy Land.
So what is a swastika in 2 dimensions?
A square. If you touch, yeah.
That's what this is.
360 degrees.
Okay. Now, do you know what the Muslims do when they visit Mecca?
Kneel and pray towards the east or something. I don't know.
They also walk around Mecca. Do you see how there's this swirl?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this symbol is a representation of Saturn. The swastika is a representation of this, and these people walk around this in a circle,
360 degrees.
just like the rings on Saturn. It goes back to the worship. It's
I
a
don't know
pagan.
if I believe Saturn got rings because it's just a whole. I don't know. Sometimes I get into conspiracy theories and shit with NASA and the solar system don't sit right with me.
No, I agree with you, but this is what you understand. So this Saturn is a thing. It's got
Man, look,
rings.
the Hubble. I don't believe the Hubble. Look at that. It ain't no stars in that background. It looks
No,
like a green screen to me, buddy.
You're correct, but you can see this. You can see the stars from the ground. Like, you can see that they exist.
Do
So
you think that the International Space Station is a thing?
I don't.
You know, okay, I was about to say my big question with the International Space Station is why don't they have any footage of a damn space shuttle ever docking to the motherfucker or leaving?
I agree with you, but follow my train of thought here. Regardless if we can get out of the solar system or get out of the atmosphere or not get out of the atmosphere, we do know that there are planets. You can see the planets with your
Yes,
eye.
I agree. I agree with the planets. I just
Okay.
I don't know if they got rings.
So when you look at Saturn, you can like throughout time, Saturn has been worshipped, and there is a square.
Venus.
There's a square on Saturn. There's a storm that's said to be on Saturn. This ritual is a pagan ritual that got adopted into the Muslim religion. And that's what the swastika represents, is the worship of Saturn.
Aren't most rituals pagan though?
That's true. Most rituals are pagan. That's why the Bible says not to fall for traditions. But
are you Catholic?
I was baptized Catholic, but I'm not a Catholic.
So you would agree that First Communion and Eucharist and confirmation and all of that are rituals?
Yes.
So that's it. So nobody escapes it.
No. So this is what you have to understand. There's only two religions on this earth. There's only two. You have God's religion and the serpent's religion. You only have two.
That would be one and the same. God gave the serpent his religion.
He did not.
If he created him, he did.
No, So he gave the Bible to the man. He gave Bible to the man. The serpent is the king of lies, the lord of lies, the liar. So he perverts the word of God and makes his own rituals and his own religion. That's why if you go and look at the Catholic religion is actually paganism with a veneer of Christianity on top of it. It's not Christian. Everything the Bible says not to do, the Catholics do.
Would you agree that the serpent can only do what God allows?
Correct.
So the serpent is doing God's bidding in a sense then, right?
No.
How? If God has total control over the serpent has to have permission to mess with God's creation, as like with Job. So he was doing God's bidding to torture Job. He wasn't thinking about Job until God suggested him.
No. So have you read the story of Job?
I have.
Okay, so Job was
actually the perfect human being.
Yes, Job was loved by God. And the devil told him that even if you took everything, he only loves you because times are good. And he said, if you let me take everything away from him, he will not love you. He'll worship me. And God told him, you're wrong. And then the devil said, then prove it. And then he allowed the devil to do what he wanted to do. And Job didn't break. The moral of that story is that it comes back down to responsibility. Just because I put 10 bricks in your driveway doesn't mean you have to sell 10 bricks. Your principles and your faith are more important than
why would
the
God
bullshit.
need to prove to Satan the thing that he created that something he knew wouldn't happen? He allowed him to be tortured.
Because you have to also understand that when God made the world and he made reality, he knew that it wasn't gonna the world was perfect. Once we sinned, it was out of God's control.
Couldn't have been perfect if we had Satan already. There was a hell already created.
There wasn't a hell.
Where was the serpent? Said the devil had already been casted out from heaven, so there had to have been a hell.
He wasn't cast. How could he have been cast out if he was in the garden?
It was cast out from heaven, unless we're saying the Garden of Eden is heaven.
The Garden of Eden was heaven. They got kicked out of the Garden of Eden was a spiritual place. That's why they didn't need clothes. When they got cast out, they came to our reality.
I never knew those two, but I never knew those two were synonymous.
That's why the serpent was in the garden. And then if you remember,
now can you show me where it says that heaven and the Garden of Eden are one and the same?
It's explained by their fall. When they sinned, they fell. They fell to a fallen. They became a fallen state. How do you fall?
So how was for the devil to be a serpent before he was able to tempt Adam and Eve to fall from the Garden of Eden? He had already been banished out of heaven and cursed to be a snake.
He wasn't.
How? So God made Adam and Eve first, and then they had a war in heaven, and the devil turned on him, and then we got to have a timeline here. One had to happen before the other. Before Adam and Eve got there, there had to be a snake there for them.
No. So Lucifer was able to shapeshift. All right. There was multiple times that he was throughout the Bible, he was going to heaven. He's not
in Genesis.
That you're right, it's not in Genesis, but as you go through the book, there are times where he's in heaven.
Well, we're sticking with Adam and Eve, though. We're not going past that. He was already banished out of heaven.
No, but
that's how he got there to tempt them.
No, listen. I'm explaining to you what you asked. He cannot be banished from heaven if he was in the garden. He can't be banished from heaven if after Genesis he was in heaven. Part of the reason why he was cast out of heaven was because he did not look at Adam and Eve as equal creatures, and he would not bow to them. So how can you not consider something to be equal and not bow to something if you're already banished from heaven? Part of Lucifer's fall, part of the devil's fall, was the fact that he thought himself to be a better creature than Adam and Eve. And that's what made him want to go against Adam and Eve.
So, in your
stop.
So would you say that hell is earth then?
Heaven is on earth, but it's not.
I mean, not heaven. I mean, not heaven. I mean, would you say that
heaven and earth are all in the same place?
No, I was saying all in the same place. Hell and earth. Earth is earth. The earth hell.
No. So okay. Here's the best way. This is the best way to explain it. In the Bible, in Genesis, you know about the Nephilim, right?
Yes, the giant people.
Okay. So do you know why the giants were giants in this world?
I do not.
Okay, so the best way to explain it is, so you had angelic beings, which are spiritual.
That were having sex with humans. Yeah, I've
Yes,
heard
but
that.
so they are an angelic being. So they are able to be in heaven. All right. But when they come to us, they're in human form, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So when they have sex with women, they're able to transcend. There's more to them than the same DNA as man and woman. When Adam and Eve fell, they were angelic beings that fell and became in the third dimension in our realm.
So they went
These
from angels to human.
Correct. That was part of the fall and sin being and them being cursed. So then when the angels had sex with Adam and Eve and their kin, well, not Adam and Eve specifically, but their kin, you had a spiritual being that was in the form of a third dimensional being. So when they had sex with a third dimensional being and that third dimensional being produced them, they were an abomination and they were not allowed to be in the spiritual realm, but all of that had to go somewhere. So it could only be in the third dimension. It could only be with us. So that's why they were so big, because of all of that shit that was spiritual that was attached to them. That's why when they died, they lived forever, because their souls were eternal. You are cramming a big thing into a small place because they weren't born for this realm.
I
So
think we
when
have found. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
the reason that I say that is because hell is not like hell is with us. Like in the Bible, it talks about there being a barrier, that God made the pit and there's a barrier to keep the pit away from us. But they're trying to break through in the end times. The veil opens and they come into our realm. So the way that I interpret this is you're on earth and we're in the third dimension. All right. I believe that heaven and hell are on this place, but they're in a different dimension. Like the realm that we see is all the stuff around us, but there could be a hell next to us, but we just can't interact with it or see it because God has made it to where it can't interact with us. We can't see it. That's why witchcraft and all that stuff, they're summoning those things to them because they're already around, but they don't have the ability to affect us.
I think we have found the topic for our next show. We should do a debate on religion, but we got to actually write like 3 topics down. And this is the first one is interesting because we still haven't answered when hell was created. Was it before or after Adam and Eve ate it, or when was it banished? Because it was created for Satan,
Yeah, but
and we didn't
I
hear
don't.
about Satan until Adam and Eve's temptation story.
Yeah,
I'm
but
just
Adam and Eve,
I've read part of, you know what I'm saying? I have a deeper understanding and have read the book of Enoch and stuff like that, but I'm talking about the traditional basic church that's given. Like you grew up Catholic, they don't teach all the stuff that you're talking about, Nephilim and stuff. We don't hear about that. That's not in our religion book.
yeah, but so you got two things here. So I was baptized Catholic when I got sober. I was every like my dad changed religions like he changed girlfriends.
I'm here
But
with you. My mom did the same.
so with that being said, at the same time as we say that, Enoch used to be part of the Bible. A lot of the things there, Jubilee used to be part of the Bible. There was a lot of things that the people before us were taught that they stopped teaching. And like the reason that the book of Enoch was taken out was because Enoch explained more about the fall of the angels and the Nephilim. It explained more of that. And if you go and look at like CERN, they're trying to break through. Like that's what they're trying to do. And if you notice how society's going the way it is because God gave reign to the devil. And at the end times, he comes back and he takes control. And we're in that time of the devil's world. What did the devil say to Jesus on the mountaintop when he tempted him?
Anything that I can give you all of this if you just bow down and praise me. You can have anything that you want.
But what things did he specifically say?
I think he promised him the world, eternal life, and something else. I'm fuzzy on it. I know the
He
basics,
said
but I'm fuzzy.
he said fame. He said fame and wealth.
Worldly things, the typical stuff that people
Okay.
fight
So
for.
what do celebrities have?
Fame, power, and wealth.
Uh-huh. And do you think society has gotten better or worse?
I think it's the same. Technology is just advanced because the Bible had the same type of evils. Don't get me wrong. I think the Bible is a beautiful book, but I understand the anthropomorphization that's being used in it, so I don't take the stuff literal, but I do see correlations from stuff that's in the Bible to real life.
Okay, so here's a question. So, have you read the Satanic Bible?
I have not.
Do you know anything about Aleister Crowley?
I do. Mr. Scientology.
No, Aleister Crowley wasn't Scientology.
Well, I'm saying he inspired Scientology. That's pretty much where they get all of their shit from, Aleister.
But do you know what
But
Aleister
he's
Crowley
the
was?
Aleister Crowley's the Luciferian founder, right?
Yeah, he wrote the Book of Law. And do you know what he was famous for?
I do not.
Sex magic.
Oh, and what didn't he like kids too? Or he
Correct.
did rituals on kids.
He got kicked. He got ran out of England because of things he did to children.
Remember
Okay,
earlier we said pedophilia has been around for a long time,
it has, and
even in religions.
and that's a pagan thing.
Well,
do you hear what? Do you
yeah,
hear
I
what?
heard you say pagan. I heard you say pagan. Remember, I said
Okay.
earlier that paganism and religions go together. The way it looks.
But not Christianity.
It's all under the same umbrella to me.
It's not. But so this is what I'm trying to get you to see. The Democrats don't believe in God. They don't like God. You can that's proven by them burning churches and them also defacing statues of Mary. Correct?
Yeah,
That's happened.
yeah.
Okay. All right. So how do you get a people that's really religious away from God? Because black people are pretty religious, correct?
Yeah.
Do you think you possibly play on their emotions about telling them that the white slave owner gave you the Bible?
Possibly, but that's not why most black people that I know, that's not why they left. That was the reason that they got enraged with religion, but it's not why they left. But you're absolutely right. I could agree with that.
But you can see how that would plant a seed, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Uh-huh. Just like, do you know why that Muhammad Ali changed his name from Cassius Clay?
Because he said he was reborn under Islam.
But what do you know what he said specifically?
I do not.
He said that he gave up the slave owner name of Cassius Clay to take a name that was more like his people. Okay. Do you want to see something that's fun?
I said to each his own. I got to say, how does he even know that he is the descendant of a slave owner? That irritates me with blacks too. Why do we always assume that we are descendants of slaves, yet we're quick to say that all the natives were black? So if the natives were black, why do you keep associating with slave owners and the natives weren't slaves? I don't get it. Anyway, we gotta come up with a
Well, I want to show you
organized,
something.
Conversation about religion. That could be very, very interesting. I have more questions than anything.
Okay, so I want to show you something. I want to show you something very particular.
Go
Now
ahead.
tell me how this makes sense to you. You see this guy?
Which one? The red beard,
Mm-hmm.
the leprechaun.
Yeah, you see that it is?
He's definitely Irish, or he looks Irish.
Do you know who this is?
Grandson of Prophet Muhammad.
His 34th grandson of Muhammad.
Yeah, the founder of Islam was white. It's no secret.
Okay.
That's what made me make
So-
the comment earlier that black people should feel like that white men have given them all their religions. We can't act like the Crusades didn't happen, where Christianity was forced on people.
That's not why the Christianity, Catholicism was forced on people. The Crusades, the Crusades.
Stop trying to separate them.
They're different.
Catholicism, all of them follow Christianity tenets.
They
All
don't.
of them, they do. They just
They
worship
don't.
in a different way.
No.
And that's one of the things I
No.
don't like about religion. It creates division because a Baptist is just as Christian as a Catholic, just
They're
as
not.
a Kojic, as a
They're not.
Jehovah's Witness. Why?
They're
They
not.
just worship differently.
Okay, so then that means if that's the argument you're gonna make, then you're a Jamaican.
I'm asking questions.
I'm black.
I said they all have the same tenets. Catholics read out of the same Bible, and they just have different practices. The Catholic Church and the Kojic Church read out the same Bible. They just present it a different way, and one doesn't have communion every day.
Okay, so so this is the best way to explain something. To explain this. To be a Christian, that comes from Christ. In order to be a Christian, you have to follow the teacher who is Christ. Okay? So here's a great way to show this. So Judaism is the Old Testament. Christianity is the New Testament. All right? So are Jews Christian?
Jews don't acknowledge the Old Testament.
No, they
I mean,
don't
the New
acknowledge the
Testament.
New
They don't acknowledge the New Testament. I said about.
So they're not Christians then, correct?
Yes, they stand on not being Christian, the same as Muslims.
Okay.
But Christianity has a whole bunch of sects under it.
So follow this. So if you're supposed to follow the tenets of Jesus, all right, how can you follow those tenets of Jesus if you don't follow what Jesus said? Because if you can, then that would make Jews Christians, because they don't follow Jesus's teachings.
But that's only in Europe. But see, they don't. Judaism doesn't claim to be Christian. They don't fall under the Christianity umbrella. They never say they are.
No,
Catholics fall under Christianity. Google it.
Catholics say they're Catholic.
Google it.
They say they're Catholic.
Actually, and Catholics will say they are the original Christianity. They will say they're the first. They will say they're the head of the church.
And me saying that I'm black doesn't make me black.
But this is the religious people. This is what they're putting out to people. I'm not making this up. This is what they're putting out to people.
So
that's why I told you to Google it. Catholics consider themselves Christians because they follow the teachings of Jesus Christ.
They don't follow the teaching of Jesus Christ. But they don't. That's the thing. They don't.
What do you mean? Explain how they don't.
Okay.
Or you mean they're not following it correctly?
Do you know how the Pope came into existence?
I do not.
Do you know
I was Catholic for 12, 13 years.
Do you know that Jesus had a brother?
Not based on the Bible's account of things. Oh, was it
James?
No.
He had a brother named James, yeah.
Was that who the book of James is after?
He had a book. That's who it's after. His brother was named as James. After Jesus died, they killed James. They then made they made Paul the first pope.
Wait a minute. He had a brother named James. Who conceived James?
His mom,
What was her name?
Mary.
And she had him with Joseph?
Yeah, she had him after he was born after Jesus.
Okay. Well, this is new to me. I don't
Yeah,
know how I
so
missed that. This is new to me. I'm not being an asshole or anything. I'm asking. I
no,
actually didn't know his parents were.
yeah, he had a brother, and after Jesus was killed, so was James, and then they took Peter and made Peter the first pope.
Well, he said he was
And
going to build the church on him anyway. He said he was his rock. That's who he's going to build his church upon. That's in the New Testament.
Correct. Do you know what the pope is?
The head of the church.
No. That's not what Catholics consider the pope.
What do they consider them?
The pope is considered the Holy Seed, and he's supposed to be the representation of God on earth.
I never heard that in my well, fuck it, because I never converted to anything until I stopped doing religion. So in my 30 plus years of living, I was never taught that, and I went to a Catholic school where we went to religion 5 days a week, mass twice a week. Plus my grandmother and them were Catholic. I never heard that.
So how many Hail Marys have you said in your life?
A lot when I used to go to confession.
Okay, so then why is the second commandment not to worship false idols?
According to that, you have a great point. I've said that before too, but the Catholic Church says they honor Mary's place just like they honor everyone else, but they hold Jesus as the King of Kings. But I would also say the same thing. It says God is a jealous God, so God should be upset every time someone calls on Jesus. Even though that's his son, he's a jealous God, and you shouldn't worship anyone but him.
But he is, but that's
ain't no
the
but.
thing.
It ain't no
but
but.
there is a but. Because God came to the earth as Jesus. That Jesus is God's
God said
human
worship.
form.
No, God let it be known that Jesus was his son separate from him. That's why I said the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. That's why religion is confusing.
No, it's not.
It is. In one instance, he says he does. Go ahead.
Calm down.
Go ahead.
What did Jesus say about the covenant?
What did God say before Jesus came? Jesus said he didn't come to change. He said he didn't come to change any rules or anything. He came to fulfill it. But we can't ignore what God said before Jesus got here.
I understand that. But he fulfilled the covenant. So when Jesus came, the covenant of not worshiping Jesus was fulfilled. So when Jesus said, the only way to my Father is through me, you no longer had to listen to that covenant because Jesus came as God on earth.
But
that's why Jesus was given the power of God and the dominion over the earth. He was given what man was given dominion over the earth. God gave him the dominion over the earth, and he gave him dominion in the spiritual. That's why when Jesus said, the only way to my Father is through me, you're not breaking the Bible. That's in the Bible.
So the Old Testament did the Old Testament make the new did the New Testament make the Old Testament irrelevant?
Correct.
So then why are you following the 10 Commandments? That's all old. You just said Jesus came to cancel all of that out. So God, you said God ain't mad no more about you worshiping someone else. So
hold on.
That's in the 10 Commandments, though. Is that not right? You said Jesus changed that.
It said not to worship false idol. You're right. What did Jesus say when it came to the commandments?
You just said it's null and void.
Yes, but see, you have to read the entire Bible to understand the context of what is being said. Jesus, they asked him about the commandments, and he said, treat others how you want to be treated, and to love thy neighbor, and you will follow all the 10 commandments by doing that, is what he said. He also said the only way to my Father is through me. So if you practice those 3 things, you're not worshiping false idols. You're not murdering your neighbor. You're not stealing from your neighbor. You're not having pride if you're
Well,
treating your...
murder is good because you said the golden rule: if your neighbor kills you, you can kill them.
Listen, if you get killed, how are you going to kill your neighbor?
Well, you know
Explain that.
You know what I meant. I didn't mean to say kill, but that's
But
where the eye for an eye term comes from.
Yes, and then Jesus said to turn the other cheek. Treat your neighbor how you would like to be treated, and to love thy neighbor. And only to my Father's through me. All the 10 commandments are completely and utterly taken care of in those 3 sayings.
Here's the thing about religious context. It's how you perceive it. Everyone doesn't perceive it that way. And if anyone has a different interpretation of it, one can say that the other person is wrong, and there's never a common ground unless the people just agree automatically. Because what you're saying, it's cool, but I have a different perception of it as well.
That's
you told
great.
me my perception was wrong and yours was right, but there's no way to prove that your context.
But there is.
It's not. It's
but
subjective.
It's not subjective when you say you're a Christian. Like, that's the point.
You said Jesus gave you one golden rule, but then you said he gave one rule that canceled out everything, but then with that one rule, you listed 3 more things.
No, I said that he fulfilled the old covenant. And then when they asked him about the commandments, he said these 3 things, and those 3 things, if you do them, you're still following the 10 commandments, is what I'm telling you. If you treat your...
Okay, I misheard you. I thought you said if you just do this one thing, then you follow all of them. And that's why I said you named 3 things. So did he say follow this one thing or these 3 things? And actually, and a lot of this stuff that we're saying, we're just having to take your word for it. There is no actual scripture for a lot of the stuff that you're saying, like the heaven and hell, like the Garden of Eden being heaven. There's no scripture that says that. Not at the one that they sell to the general public. You have to seek that knowledge.
You're supposed to seek all knowledge.
I understand that, but religion also tells you don't seek outside of this Bible. The Bible that's also missing several books that they let you know is missing books. That's why I said it's confusing.
So I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
What did Jesus say about lukewarm Christians?
Lukewarm Christians?
Yeah.
You mean like none, like half believers, non-believers? I don't know, but I'm trying to get what context, but I'm not exactly sure what he said.
He said in the end times there were going to be a lot of lukewarm believers, and a lukewarm believer would be the guy that goes to his... It also says in the Bible not to call another man father. It says that plain as day.
To Christians or Jews, though? Was he talking to Christians or Jews?
Regardless who he's talking to.
It's not a regardless, because Jesus was a Jew and he said the Jews were his people, and Christianity didn't exist while he was around, so it does matter. He wasn't talking to you. He was talking to the Jews.
Okay, so if he was talking to the Jews and he said, "Don't call other people followers or other people father," and you're a Christian, that means you're doing what Christ said, and Christ said, "Don't call other people fathers."
Christianity didn't exist until after Jesus died. Sir.
Yes. So
he predicted that it was going to be a religion after him instead of talking to the Jews that actually had the religion, that had the Torah, that had the Ark of the Covenant, that was Hebrew, not Christian.
The reason that Christianity became a religion is because people followed in Christ's footsteps. They were called followers of Christ before they were called Christians. You can't be a Christian and not follow what Christ said.
Christ was
So
talking to the Jews.
Yes, he was talking to the Jews the whole time. Everything he said, he was talking to the Jews.
So there is no Christianity then. There should only be Judaism.
No.
He was talking to the Jews. The law was the Jews. He came for the Jews. He was the king of the Jews. There was no Christianity, so everybody should be Jews. He wasn't talking to the Egyptians. He wasn't talking to the pagans. He wasn't talking to the Kemites. He wasn't talking to the Sumerians. He wasn't talking to the Levites. None of them. He was strictly talking to the Jews.
And then he didn't follow the Jews. The Jews didn't follow him.
But that's who he. But all through the New Testament, he clearly says he's talking to the Jews. You can't get around that. They didn't have to. He also said he wasn't forcing people to follow him. He said he wanted the people that did to follow him.
The people that didn't want to follow him. The people that wanted to follow him.
Which would be Jews.
Correct. Correct.
So we should be in agreement then that there's only one religion, Judaism.
No, there's not.
Jesus was a Jew, correct?
Correct.
He was born a Jew. He died a Jew. His message was for the Jews. Okay, then.
It was
so
for the
Christians and Muslims don't count. Only Jews.
No, he spoke to the Jews, and you just said that anyone that wanted to follow him. So if the Jews followed him, they would not be Jews, right?
No, because the Jews were his people. Anyone that wanted to follow him, like Egyptians, Kemitics, those type things, Sumerians, the pagans, Levites, if they wanted to follow, it was cool. But his message was strictly for the Jews.
His message was, but anyone was welcome to it, correct?
It's just like we can convert now. I can convert from Catholicism to Judaism. Yes, I'm allowed to convert.
You could do that.
So that's why his message, if you want to come in, cool, we will accept you. But my message ain't for y'all. It ain't for the Christians, even though Christianity don't exist. It's for the Jews. His last name was not Christ, for God's sake. His name was Jesus. His last name wasn't Christ.
His name wasn't even Jesus, but
I know. But we're going off what the Bible tells us. We're not going to go into the actual knowing that the letter J wasn't around. We're just going to keep to the story that's fed to the regular public.
Yes, but again, he was talking to the Jews who don't believe in him, whoever wanted to follow him could.
It's not that all of them didn't believe in him. Some didn't, just like some don't now.
No. See, that's the thing. If you're Jewish, you don't follow him. Like, there's a clear line. To be a Christian, you have to follow Christ. It's a clear line.
That's because Christianity was made up after Jesus allegedly died. It was only Judaism when Jesus was around, and paganism and things of that sort.
But that doesn't make it not true. That doesn't make Catholicism Christianity. It doesn't.
I'm just telling you how it's perceived in the public. All of them fall under the same branch. I understand what you're saying. I'm saying that the average person in perception of this sees Christianity as a whole bunch of different sects of religion.
That's great, but my job isn't to play facts or play life with what ignorant people think. That's why they're ignorant. I can't help.
Go ahead.
I can't help. Like, this is the same thing that Tommy says. When you use words, they have to be specific. Christianity is a specific thing. It came from the followers of Christ. It was what the apostles were teaching. They were teaching what Jesus said. That's what the religion came from. So if you don't follow the teachings that Christ told the apostles, that the apostles told the people as well, then you can't be a Christian. Like, you can't, like, Christians came from his word. That's why Jews are not Christians if they don't believe that Jesus is the Messiah.
But
So
I don't know how
you
we
had
got on Judaism, but I was saying earlier, I said Christianity touches a whole bunch of things. Like black cat, like I say, Catholic churches believe in Jesus. Kojic churches believe in Jesus.
Yes.
Baptist churches believe in Jesus. So
Yes.
on and so forth. So they
Correct.
all are Christians. They're all of you ask if you ask any Kojic person or Baptist person, what are they? They're going to say Christian.
So if I ask 5 out of 10 black people if systematic racism exists in 2020, and they tell me yes, does that make it true?
It does not.
Correct.
That's what you got to say. But these people, we're talking about identifying with something. Can't identify with systematic racism is subjective. Everybody can't say they are, but everybody in these, all of them say they're Christian churches, Church of God in Christ, all of that. All of them say that they are Christian.
Yeah,
So
Democrats say that.
So you're saying the churches are lying. So the problem isn't with me. It's the problem with the people with the churches that are perpetrating Christianity. But again, I say Christianity shouldn't even exist. It should only be Judaism because Jesus was a Jew. He was born a Jew. He died a Jew.
Yeah, regardless if he was born a Jew or died a Jew, it doesn't matter because he didn't practice Judaism.
He did. That's the religion he practiced when he was here.
That's not what he practiced.
What did he practice when he was here then?
He practiced
Christianity and it didn't exist.
He practiced what he taught. He wasn't teaching.
Which was the law of Moses. It was the Old Testament.
Oh, so he didn't work on
Judaism. He taught Hebrew stuff. That's why God was mad at them because remember God was upset with the Egyptians when Moses came down from the mountain because they went back to their Egyptian idolatry ways instead of going back to their Hebrew tenet.
So he taught. So why did he let the apostles work on Sabbath? Because that's a big
about Jewish holidays. I think the Sabbath is a Christian holiday.
That's from Judaism. That's from Judaism. That's from Judaism. But he allowed.
So in the Bible, when it says keep holy the Sabbath, they were talking to Jews, right? In your Christian Bible.
Correct. In the Old Testament.
So even God in your Christian book is talking to the Jews.
Yes. The Old Testament is Judaism.
Oh, I'm not arguing with it. I'm emphasizing that everybody should be Jews. I'm not disputing it. I'm just saying everybody should be Jews.
You're arguing a straw man argument, my dude. Because if you're gonna say that everyone should be Jews, based
on what your Bible says, everyone should be Jews. I'm not making it up. That's what the Bible says. Jesus was Jewish. His people were Jewish. There were no Christians. So how could his people be anything other than Jews?
The same reason they didn't accept their Messiah.
Christians don't accept their Messiah now. It happens. It happens in Judaism. All Jews don't believe. All of them don't worship and go through the sacraments and all of that stuff. All Jews don't. All Catholics don't go through First Communion and shit like that.
Okay, so can you be Jewish and not practice Judaism?
I would assume so, seeing as how you can be any other religion and not practice it.
So is Judaism, are Jews a people? Is it a heritage? Is it an ethnicity?
You gotta say those are great questions. I have no idea. Some you gotta say
it is.
Some say it's a religion, some say it's the people, some say it's the culture.
It's both.
I have no idea.
It's both. It's both. It's both things. So I can't be a Christian without believing in Christ and following the teachings of Christ. I can't be a Jew and not have any lineage or be be a Jew by religion. Like these things have definitions.
And as I said, here's the definition for you. The Catholic Church, sometimes referred to as the Roman Catholic Church, is the largest Christian church with approximately 1.3 billion baptized Catholic worldwide as of 2018. Christian
Great.
is in bold italic letters, just like Catholic.
That's great.
Because
black
you say,
is
but it's commonly accepted is there. You can't say just because you say it, you're in the minority on this, man. I'm not even saying it's wrong. I'm just saying that
that's fine that I'm
religions fall under Christianity.
that's fine that I'm in the minority, but do Black Lives matter? Is that for all Black lives?
In my estimation, no. To other people, yes.
But do you judge the tree by its fruit, or do you judge the tree by being a tree?
Well, apparently Jesus. I'm not Jesus, so I would judge it by what season it was in. But Jesus.
The Bible says to judge a tree by its fruit.
Fig tree. I'm saying me literally. I told you, some stuff in the Bible I can see the anthropomorphism in it, but I don't take everything literally. So that's why I said I would look and based on the season, depending on the season, that's how I would judge it. And then I brought up the story of how Jesus, who knows all, cursed the fig tree, even though it said in the Bible that the tree was out of season. He cursed it anyway, knowing that it wasn't time for figs to be grown, which is also said the Bible is confusing. It's confusing because we're arguing that all these sects aren't Christianity when clearly they all say they follow Christ. And that's something that we can't argue because if you ask all these sects, they say they follow Christ, which makes them Christians. But you're saying you have a different definition of Christian than everybody else.
I don't have a different definition. I have a logical definition. To be a Christian, you have to follow Christ. If you don't follow Christ, then you're not a Christian. If I'm not black, I'm not black. They're not. They don't follow Christ. You judge them on their.
They do follow Christ. They have Palm Sunday. They have Easter. They have his birthday. They do all these things in the name of Christ. You can't say that. Now you're ignoring what you said you were Catholic. So you're ignoring what you know goes on. You know they follow Christ.
They don't. I know they don't.
Well, what's the true sect of Christianity?
How many times is Easter? How many times is Easter referred to in the Bible?
Ishtar is mentioned in there a couple times. Easter never.
Easter's mentioned once.
That's why I said Ishtar. I don't remember seeing the word Easter. I remember Ishtar being in there.
Easter's mentioned.
They do mean the same thing.
Easter's mentioned one time. Ishtar was a god. If you go right now and look up the scholars, they'll tell you that Easter was a mistranslation. It was a mistranslation put in the Bible. You can Google it right now. Do you know what Easter comes from? Easter comes from Egypt. Before Egypt, it was in Babylon. Do you know what the three main gods are in Egypt?
Asar, Aset, and I can't think of the third.
Those are three. It's Osiris, Isis,
and
Horus.
Those are Greek names. Horus is the third one that would be actually Taru. Yeah, you gave me the Greek names. I gave you the Kemetic names, the actual Egyptian names.
Yeah, so they're all the same god. So Isis, Osiris, and Horus. Those are three gods. Then you have those three gods in Egypt. Then when you go from Egypt, you go to Babylon. You have Nimrod, Semiramis, and Tamas. Which is in the Old Testament. It talks about the the Tower of Babel, it talks about Nimrod.
Tower of Babel is a confusing story for the people that just trying to get closer to God, which is what you think he would want them to do, because he said they loved him so much, they just want to be close to him. We are creating his image. They got punished for that.
Do you know the story of Tomas? Do you know? Do you know? Do you know?
Is this the same Thomas, Jesus' brother?
No, Tomas, not
Well, maybe
Thomas.
it's. But sometimes, they just change the wording of it. But no, I'm not familiar with it.
Okay, so this dude dipped out on me. Okay, so in the book, Nimrod became a great king. He was born a man, but became a giant. The Bible says that. So he did something that became a giant. Also, he was married to Semiramis. They had a child. Nimrod dies. Do you know how the story of Isis and Osiris, how Osiris got killed and he got separated
Yeah, she
into a bunch
put
of
it back
pieces?
together. Yeah.
Okay. The story with Nimrod is that he died and then he came back as a pine tree. And then Semiramis became pregnant and she said that it was the spirit of Nimrod, that it was his son. And then she married her son. When her son Tomas got killed, they wept every day for a year of his life, which was 40 years. All right. And then they ate a boar because a boar is what killed him. Now, does that sound familiar in any way? Does that sound similar?
Or 40 days, 40 nights, Jesus fasting.
Anything else about that specifically?
No. We gotta say
Okay.
it sounds like a load of bull, because none of this can be proven. We just have to believe that it happened. But the only one that
Tomas is in the Bible. The story of him is in the Bible.
Well, see, the thing is, you're talking to a non-believer, and I'm a non-believer for a reason. As we've talked, you know that I have some knowledge of Bible stories and typical things and other stuff. So it's not like I just woke up one day and said, hey, I don't believe anymore. I was a believer for, matter of fact, on my 34th birthday, I woke up and thanked Jesus for allowing me to see another day. So it hadn't even been that long.
But the thing that I'm telling you about that story that's specific is there is a tree that's a green. It's a pine tree, and then there's the 40 days, one day for each day of his life that they wept, and then they ate a boar. People usually eat what at Easter? A ham, an Easter ham.
True.
Okay.
I see the correlation.
All right. Now, if you believe that the story of Babel, where the people were doing something and God said, if they do that, they can do anything, which he did say, and he destroyed the tower, and then he separated them and changed their language, that would explain why the Egyptians have the same idea. It's the father, the son, and the mother. That's why the Hindu have the same idea. That's why the Catholics have the same idea.
The Egyptians, you got to say the Egyptians they had it before anybody, and they got it from somebody else.
Well, yeah, they got it from Babylon. Babylon is before Egypt.
As far as my knowledge, Sumeria, or Kush, or whatever they call it, is the oldest one.
Yeah, Samaria. Yeah, and do you know what Nimrod's father's name was?
Well, you know, one of these things had to exist first for other people to write about it. There has to be a
Yeah,
starting place somewhere.
I'm not saying you're wrong, but what I'm telling you is that story of Babylon, regardless if it came before them or after them, that story explains the idea that the people's language got separated and they got spread around the world. And that's why you see the same theme in these religions: the father, the son, and the mom. Also, with that being said, every culture has a flood
Migrating,
story.
you know, migrating can explain that too.
Yeah, but regardless if migraine or not, they have the same story with different languages.
Just like religion. It's like we got the original Torah, which we disregard for Christian Bible, but the Torah was the original language and text of of the gods religion per se. Because they were
Yeah.
doing the pagan gods. They were doing the pagan gods, but Judaism was the official record of
Yes.
the god.
I'm not disagreeing with you. Do you know? Do you know how old Trump was when he took office?
70 something. 68,
He
damn
was
near
70.
70.
He was 70 years old. He was 7 months old and 7 days old.
777. You believe in numerology?
I do.
You can't be a Christian and believe in numerology. It's a sin.
It's not.
It is. You're not even supposed to lean on your own understanding. That's a sin. You knowing what you know now is a sin according to the Bible. Because
It's
you're
not.
only supposed to lean on what's in that book. I'm not making this up. I'm just saying what the book says. If
It's not.
you're learning stuff outside the Bible and it says not to. So I don't change the words of the Bible to fit my perception. I say exactly what it says.
That's fine. Numerology.
I don't find you a sinner though. I'm just saying what the book is. I'm
No,
down with numerology. I fuck with it. I fuck with astrology.
I don't fuck with astrology.
I mean the astronomy, astrology, those are hand in hand. You're big on planets. That goes with astrology. I don't
I'm
believe
not.
in zodiac. What I'm saying, I don't do the zodiac signs and Mars and Venus and
I don't do that.
retrograde and all of that. Me either.
It's witchcraft.
I said me either, but it's I said that's why. But it does kind of go hand in hand with astronomy and star watching and stuff. Do you
Yeah,
sun gaze?
but numbers. If if God has the number 777, then why seeing that 777 is relevant? How is that a sin? If it says the mark of the beast is 666, and why recognizing that number is that a sin?
You're an educated man. You know what 666 means. So I don't even know why you would perpetuate that stereotype of it being evil when you know that's what gives people their melanin. Six protons, six neutrons, six electrons. Has
Yeah,
nothing to do with the devil.
it has to do with man,
Black man or just men?
men, humans.
Because we know scientifically what 666 is.
It's the mark of the beast.
And it's also what gives black people their melanin.
White people have 6 protons, 6 neutrons.
Yes, all people. I don't know why I said black. So it's not. So are all humans evil? Because we all have the mark of the beast, according to what you're trying to say, and you just said white and black got the 666.
No, we all have six. We all are made up of 6 neutron. The proton, like the atom, is made up of those things. But taking the mark of the beast means something. Like when you read the context of taking the mark, it's that you are accepting this mark in order to live in this world. So 666 in itself is not bad, but doing worldly things just to get by, that's the lesson in that line. That's why if you don't take the mark, you get beheaded.
And I can agree with that without being religious. Doing worldly things is not what
Yeah,
we're really
like
supposed to be here to
that's
do.
what they're saying. That's what they
For
were.
the average person here, 666. That's a lot of times when I do talking, I speak for the average person because the average person is listening in. It's not a lot of people that can go in depth on religion like this.
Yeah, but what you also have to understand is, like, regardless if you believe this or not, the people that matter do believe this.
Oh, exactly.
Like,
Now you see, I'm agreeing with stuff that you say. I'm just saying I don't believe some of it in a literal sense, but I haven't. I'm not arguing with you about the
no,
validity or anything. I keep saying it's confusing to me.
well, if you if you if you go and you look into, like, okay, were you ever part of a gang?
I was not. I have family members that were.
And what are they affiliated with?
GDs.
Okay, so they're under the six.
Yep. I
Okay,
understand all
so
of those. Just
all right, so you know what the
vice
six, you
lords.
know what, yeah, you know what the
Yeah,
six
two
star is.
triangles. Yeah, or
Yes.
two pyramids. Yep.
Which also makes, if you do the numbers on the
360
angles,
degrees.
it may, if you do like a Star of David or a 6-point star, 666 is represented in that.
Well, it's also
Because
720 degrees too, which is a sign of ascension in some cultures.
yeah, uh-huh. And being Luciferian is the idea of ascending to be like the gods. Also, I ran with Bloods. They throw bees. If you go look up
The OK symbol, 666.
if you go and look into witchcraft, that is an actual like that is associated with witchcraft. That is a proven fact. There's no debate.
I meditate doing it. I call it a mudra, and I meditate doing it because it helps the energy flow through the body in meditation. That's what I use it for. But I do understand that, like you said, it's Luciferian people and Wiccan people and all other type of people who have different beliefs in what they channel and use stuff for. But
Okay.
I'm one of those ones that use the white power. So we're gonna call it white power since that's what everybody called it. I'm one of the people that do the OK symbol is to meditate, and it's because that it makes energy flow.
Yeah.
It's the energy flow, and it's uncomfortable too when you're sitting with your legs crossed with your arms up like that. And the point of meditation and all
So
of yoga and all of that shit is to
so
go through pain and still focus.
when I was 19, I made a pact with the devil. I was a Satan worshiper at 19 years old. So the reason that I know about Satanism and whatnot is because I was deeply involved with it. Like when I signed my name in blood and made my ritual oath with the devil, anytime I'd walk into a room that had candles after that, they flickered and sparked until I found God.
And would you say when you found God, when you walk into a room, everything lights up?
No.
It's not
No.
bright, it's not smiley. Okay, there's question since you were into it. How can you prove that anything that you did while you were worshiping Lucifer worked?
Well, crazy idea. You know people that sell drugs?
Yeah.
Okay. Do they get money?
Yes.
Do they get women?
Yes.
Do people want to be like them?
Yes.
Where do they end up?
At the end, dead or in jail.
Mm-hmm. It's inverted.
That didn't answer my question though.
But it does.
Because you don't have to do something bad you don't have to. That person that's selling drugs isn't worse for Lucifer though. That person selling drugs is probably is saying that they believe in God. They're going to church every Sunday and putting their 10% in the basket.
Yeah, but explain. But listen.
No, I
Explain.
want to know your
But
personal experience though. I'm saying I want to know what you experienced to made you feel like that it worked. I'm not. That's what I want to know. I'm saying like, did you
well, the
ask for
reason.
something like how most of us
No,
will pray? Go ahead.
no, I didn't. I didn't sign. I didn't make a blood pact to gain.
No, but I'm asking like, so like you believe in speaking in tongues, right?
I don't.
So you don't believe that the people in the Bible spoke in tongues like they said?
I don't believe that we can speak in tongues now. I
No,
don't think
not
it's godly.
yeah. Oh, I definitely agree. But I meant, but I was asking overall. Like you believe
So
in speaking tongues, like black people still they shout. Shouting to them is speaking in tongues, and that's a sign of them that they felt the Holy Ghost or God touch them. I'm saying, did you have like some sort of well, you said the flames flicker, like were you okay, well shit, I guess you said you didn't ask for worldly things either. So you didn't
yeah.
pray or
So
anything.
no, the reason that I signed my name, the reason I signed my name in blood, and I made a pact with the devil was because I was doing the devil's work, and I feel that it would benefit me in the long run. I didn't want to be famous. I didn't want like I didn't have. I was 19 years old. Like I didn't have aspirations of anything crazy, but I was doing shit where I'm getting shot at, and I'm doing grimy shit with grimy people all the time, and I figured since I'm doing his work it'd probably benefit me if I showed allegiance.
So at
And
that time at night, oh, go ahead.
I made it to 31, not dying. Been shot, I've been stabbed, I've been jumped. I've done enough drugs to kill a horse and never OD'd. Listen, bro, when I came back from Cincinnati, I was down with my dudes in Akron. I pulled up and bought 3 grams and bought 2 ounces of lean. They handed me a Sprite and I go, what's this for? And they're like, to mix it. I said, why would I do that? I drank 2 ounces of lean straight, and then I did 2 grams of dope. And they said, whoa, whoa, whoa,
Damn,
you can't do that here. And I said,
yeah,
what do you
your
mean?
heart just popped.
And they said, you can't die here, bro. I was like, I'm not dying. I'm going to work. And then I went to work. Like I never fell out. I never had an OD. I've come close to death many, many, many of times.
What
And I
was
made it.
your religious what how were you in religion when you were 19? Did you have like a formal upbringing in religion?
No, like I was a fence sitter. Like I went to church because my parents made me. I went to a new church because my dad changed women, so I didn't have any kind of idea to church. I kind of read the Bible to be that guy that could put out facts to be a smartass to Christians. I didn't believe in God
So if you didn't believe in God, how did you believe in Lucifer enough to sign you a pact with him?
because I was hanging out with people that worship Satan and gang members. There's gang members that worship Satan, and a lot of the hand gestures, a lot of the gang signs, a lot of them are satanic symbols, not just the 666, not just the 5 point star, the 6 point star, the uh the
I don't attribute it to Satan, but I understand where the narrative comes from.
no, but in Satanism, those are symbols and things that are used
I know.
in
That's why I said
magic.
that. Trust me. That's
So
why I
it
said That's why I said I understand where you're coming. I understand where the narrative comes from. I
yeah.
understand definitely. I said some of the stuff that you're saying, like the hand gesture and stuff. Again, like I said, I use it, but the way I use it is totally different, and I'm not worshiping anyone. It's relaxation methods for me to meditate. But okay, so you knew guys that were Did you know any Christians that were running with y'all with the devil worshiping crew?
I wasn't running with Christians.
You didn't know
They
any
weren't
though?
like my mom or my grandmother, but I wasn't hanging out with them. Like I went on my own at 17. Like I knew people, but it's just like when you're a drug addict, you don't hang out with sober people. Like I
Agreed. Yeah, I said, but as I was baptized or told I was a Christian, I wasn't always living Christ like. So I did some fucked up shit. So I probably would have been one of the ones running with y'all.
yeah, but
But
see that
you gotta
but
say,
again,
but as soon as I would have found out it was some devil worshippers in the crew, I would have backed off because of my Christianity upbringing.
but like I like listen, man, when I was worshiping the devil, I seen shadows, I seen shades. You would see things move that
See, that's
by
what I was
itself.
asking you. This is what I'm talking about. When I said, what happened to make you, you know what I'm saying, believe and keep doing it? That's what I was asking about, personal
Well,
experiences.
but that's not why I kept doing it. I wasn't.
I just wanted to know what you experienced. That's all.
Yeah, but seeing those things were byproducts of what I was doing. It wasn't like the benefit. It's just like selling dope. Like you get benefits from it, but all the bad shit that happens, it all ends the same way because it's made from that. So when you worship the devil and do shit like that, you're the side effect is the demons and all the shit that you see and like all like that's all a side effect. Like there's no benefit to it. Like there's no gain. But the reason I became a Christian was because I seen a lot of things that happened as I was getting sober that I could tell that was God that was working in my life. And you have to also think like I had never been sober before. I was trying to find myself. I've always been an intelligent guy. I've always been an intelligent guy, and I've always been a guy that wanted knowledge or wanted to know things. Like I was that kid that asked why. Like I'm sure you had one of your kids, they would ask you why whenever you said anything. I was that kid. But like I know for a fact that when you see gang members tag stuff, the way that they tag stuff is the style in which they do it is symbolizes things that go back to Satanism. The hand gestures, things that go back to Satanism. Like like long story short, gang stuff is really low level Freemasonry.
Yeah, I
So
say the
like
same thing about Islam with their little crescent moon and the star. Catholic
yeah,
churches have the all the churches have some type of tenets in it too. You have to be honest. From their
I
symbolisms to the cross or the dagger or the nipples that they have on the churches, all of them get away with some type of it.
yeah, but that's but again, if you listen to what if you listen to Jesus, me and you right now talking about religion, that's church. That's what when he talked in the Bible about church, this is what he said
Agreed.
about us. The two of us talking is church. He also said not to get caught up in traditions and bloodlines. So when you go and talk to your father, he said don't call another man don't call another man father. He was specifically talking about stuff like the Catholic Church. Like I'm telling you, as a Satanist and a Catholic and a Christian and a guy that's read the Bible many, many of times, the Roman Church is just it's paganism with a veneer of Christianity for power. Like I'll give you a great example. Remember I mentioned Aleister Crowley?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what you said he was?
Yeah, Satan, a pedophile or Satanism or
Oh,
Satanist.
okay, so explain to me why the same thing is so prominent in the church.
I mean, because biblically it's always happened. It's
Yeah, but
happened in
why?
the Bible as well. And the
Yes,
Bible don't talk about Satan that often.
yeah, but the Bible also says not to drink blood, not to eat blood.
You got to say the Bible doesn't say that because it actually tells you to take up a remembrance of him. Do this in my name. Here's the body and blood of Christ. Do this
Yeah.
in remembrance of me.
It does not tell you to eat blood. It tells you specifically not to eat blood.
Well, it gave reference to it when it's saying you're eating Jesus's body and blood. You missed it. There's context. You know what the context of eat my body and drink my blood is.
That's not in the Bible. Communion is not in the Bible.
It might not be.
That-
I have to. Again, I know it's a Catholic tradition, so it
It's a
might
Catholic
not
tradition.
be. It might not be. I know they read the Bible up to that point, so I could be wrong.
Yeah,
I
communion.
haven't practiced in forever.
Communion is not in the Bible. That's a Catholic thing. Like,
well, Kojic churches give it. Kojic churches have their Eucharist. Well, I don't know what they don't call it Eucharist, but they have their once a month eating of the body and the blood, where they give out crackers and stuff too.
but again, that is a symbolic cannibalism.
I agree. I'm not arguing
That's not in the Bible. It's like when you kill animals in the Bible, it tells you not to separate the meat from the blood. Like, you're not supposed to just be drinking the meat or drinking the blood and shit.
Those are Jewish that's the kosher shit. That's Jewish stuff. Do you abide by that?
I don't drink blood. No, I don't. I don't eat blood.
Do you separate your meat and stuff? So you don't speak. I had a steak today. How do you eat your steak?
I eat my steak medium rare.
Well, that's there. There you go. That's blood there, sir. I do too.
I
don't deny it.
Yes, but drinking blood or eating the blood is different than eating a piece of meat that has blood in it.
I agree. It's all weird though. It's just all weird.
They collected the blood. So the point that I'm telling you is, I know without a shadow of a doubt, like, if you go and look up about the have you looked at any of the stuff in the Catholic Church? Like the Vatican?
Slightly since I've been out of it. Well, what part of what? Like the cachet of pictures and stuff that they have, the wealth they got. What in particular you mean?
Okay, so how you doing, Lawrence? Anything you want to add?
Actually, right now I'm just listening. Excuse me, I'm sorry, clearing my throat. Right now I'm just listening to it. But if I've got the gist of this, what we have right now, panel wise, is you, Savage, being Catholic or formerly Catholic. Am I getting that right?
Formerly.
Okay, and I'm assuming
MONEYBOY. Catholics.
Okay, well, I'm Jewish, so all right. So I just wanted to get the understanding of Shalom. I just wanted to get an understanding of of who's here on the topic, because there's, without question, there's variations on execution. There's no question to that. But like I said, for the moment, I'm just listening. I don't have anything right now.
Before you came, the conversation that we had is, he said that he said, like, pretty much.
Well, let me tell you where I came. Well, let me tell you where I came in. I came in when you started explaining about being a blood, and I've been listening from that point till now.
Oh, you missed a lot. I'm glad. Could I ask him the question? This question will bring him up to speed.
Okay.
All right. So you said that you are Jewish, correct?
Yes.
The conversation we had prior to you coming on was, I said that the only religion that should exist is Judaism, because Jesus was born a Jew, he died a Jew, He came back and said that he came for his people. He came to preach the word to his people, to restore order, which were to the Jews. And so I was telling my brother, no knock to you being Christian, me being a Christian. I personally don't believe. I said, but if I did, everyone should be Jewish. And he disagreed, even though Christianity came after Judaism, and he keeps trying to say that Jesus was talking to people other than Jews.
That's not what I said.
No, and at some point we did, because I was saying that Jesus was his message was only for his people, and I included that where there were some Comitics, the pagans. He had word for them, but my overall point was everyone should be Jewish because that's who he came back for. That his whole time on earth, he was here working strictly for the Jews. So
Yes,
why
because
isn't everyone Jewish?
this is why. Because the Jews kept not listening to God, and they angered him. When Jesus came back, he came back specifically to preach the word, to bring his sheep, his flock, back. And anyone that wanted to follow his preaching could, but he was specifically trying to get his flock back. So he came and spoke to the Jews, but he was not there to force the Jews to follow him. So by them not following them, Jews stayed because they didn't believe he was the Messiah. The people that became known as Christians were considered followers of Christ because they followed the word of Christ.
But some Jews did follow Jesus, though. You keep making it seem like none of the Jews followed him.
No.
Like he came back on a blank mission. But no, the question was for him, though. We wanted to get his take. We know where we stand on it. We want to know how he feels on if Judaism is the true religion because you believe Christianity is the true religion. And I say neither are the true religion, but I would lean more towards Judaism. So, my brother, could you give us your take?
My take?
Yes, sir. Is Judaism the true religion?
Okay. Yes and no. The question is a loaded question, and here's why. Because when you look up Judaism is not a religion. It's a belief. It's a faith. No more, no less. It's just that simple. It's not supposed to be a religion. There's no such thing as there's supposed to be religion. He didn't come to bring us religion. He came to bring us faith and a belief system to get on point. You also have to understand that there's a difference between being Jewish and being Hebrew. I use the word Jewish because it makes it easier for a lot of people. But the fact of the matter is I'm Hebrew. Okay. One is something you can become part of as a belief system. The other one is something you are simply born as. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Okay. So as a Hebrew, I am a Hebrew. Okay. And that's what that is for me. I'm a Hebrew. I am born. My genetics are based on the foundation of the people. Jewish.
Are you a Hebrew Israelite or a Hebrew, just plain Jewish? We'll say yeah.
Okay. Well, okay. Let me give you the background because Kyle's already heard this. But here's the deal. I was born and raised Baptist. When I was 14, I was removed from my home. And I was adopted by a Jewish woman. So I was raised Jewish. As I got older, I moved into the Hebrew Israelite faith. Does that make sense now?
Yeah, it does. That has to be kind of tricky, man.
Well, it's a process, and like I said, I've seen it from 3 different angles. And I also spend a lot of time with the vast majority of people that I lived with and grew up with in my lifetime are Hispanic. So I've got a pretty good eye on what Catholics are doing too. Mind you, I know there's a difference between Catholicism, Roman Catholicism, and all that good stuff. There's different variations, just like there is everything else. Exactly. There's variations on all of it, including Judaism. But I guess what I'm trying to explain to you is we got to be careful with words because there's a difference between Judaism, being Jewish, and being Hebrew You understand what I'm saying? And I think the problem here is we're conflating all of them into being the same thing, and they're not. Judaism is a faith-based system. Being Jewish is something you called yourself. And if you understand the hematology of words, the word ish, which is ish, means something like, something similar to, but not the actual thing. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then like I said, there's the Hebrew Israelite aspect. You were born a Hebrew. That's period in the story. Now, whether or not you follow a Judaic lifestyle and faith system, that's a whole different kind of beast. But certain people are simply born Hebrew, and that's not everybody. You know, I don't want people running out here thinking only black people, because that's not.
But you mean everybody's born a Hebrew, though, right? What do you?
No, I do not. No, I do not. There are to me in my faith, there are only specific people who are born Hebrew. Period. Other people can be Judaic and follow the faith, but they can't be born Hebrew. That's my personal feelings on the matter.
Okay, so
It's
birthright. You going off birthright. I got you.
Yes, but you also have to understand that birthright doesn't give me carte blanche either, because that's where a lot of people get confused. Okay, because you got to understand, if you look at scripture and especially prophecy, you have to understand that we have a couple of things that came into play. Jesus may have can't come back to talk to his people, but he also made it abundantly clear that we messed up a lot, that he's opening the door up for other people other than us to have the same opportunity that we do. We messed that up. Then you have to look at prophecy at the tail end, where it simply states point blank, he will bring his people back together, but there will be nations still in existence who will fall and work under his will, because he said they will bow before him and recognize him as the true God. So when people walk around saying, oh, this group's going to be destroyed, that group's going to be, it doesn't work that way. I don't know if I'm saying it right. I might be babbling, to be honest with you.
Well, the main contention of this conversation was I said that Catholics are not Christians. In order to be a Christian, you have to follow Christ.
That's correct. And that is correct.
Catholicism does not follow Christ.
It does not.
They believe they are following Christ.
No, and there's the.
That's what they sell to people, that they're following Christ.
Right.
But the devil, the devil's in the details.
Exactly. And if we're
all the religions.
Yes. Well, yeah, that would be accurate. That would be among all of them. Absolutely. There's no question. I mean,
religion leads one to think that they're better than the other, because that was our conversation. That,
well, see, Christianity is a belief system. It's not a religion. Following Christ is a belief. It's
exactly
a belief in following his principles. He says not to worry about bloodlines and traditions. Religion is traditions, and birthright is bloodline. Those two things that I said earlier that he said justified exactly what he said. Same thing.
I get the second part.
Because of your religion, you're saying his beliefs are invalid.
No, that's not what he's saying. Why would no. Hold on. Why would you say no, that's not what he's saying. That's not what he's not saying my belief. He's not saying my belief is invalid. He might disagree with it, but he's not saying it's invalid. That's a leap. You can't make that leap, dude. That's a false argument and false equivalency. You can't do that, bro.
I believe that Jesus is the true God. I do believe that. So if you don't believe in Jesus, I do believe that you're not on the same path as my religion believes. But I don't think I'm better than anybody because that they think that.
Exactly.
I don't mean better as in the typical sense, but I'm saying, like, you feel that your religion is the one, your religion and belief is the one true religion. Because on the other hand, the one you just came in, you were talking about bloodline. You said you were born Hebrew. He said in his, no Christians on his side can believe in bloodline.
No.
Yeah.
He said not to worry about bloodline. That's why he said he believes that he's a Hebrew, but then he said that people think that's carblage, which
Exactly.
that would be big. That's the whole idea of getting caught up on the bloodline. So like if you're going to be a Hebrew Israelite, and a lot of those guys believe strictly hard on that bloodline, and that the Gentiles are beneath them. Like a lot of the Hebrew Israelites you hear about talk about the idea of white men being slaves and savages, animals.
Women being bed wenches and handmaidens. That's not how it goes. That's not how it goes. That's the point I was trying to make to you. You know, being born something by birth, like I said, does not give you carte blanche. It doesn't mean you get to get up and go out there and do all that. Because if you're following the teachings and the path, there's no denying that the teaching and paths come down to two things and two things only: peace and love. If you're standing outside telling people they're going to burn in hell, if you're telling people that they're going to be made slaves and whipped every day on your plantation, if you're telling them you're going to take their women and rape them and etc. and so on because they're nothing but bed wenches and handmaidens, you're wrong, because that's not what he's teaching. In addition to that, that makes you no better than the very oppressors you're claiming you have a problem with. Because if they've done that to you and your people for centuries, why would you turn around and do the same thing to them? Two rights don't make a wrong. That's what I try to get people to understand. And that's why when you said that he said my belief system is invalid, you did something similar to that. You jumped in a direction that wasn't even remotely close to what he was saying. He might not agree with my particular take on the matter, but there was not a single moment where he made it a point that my belief system's invalid. It's just that he personally doesn't believe it. That's something we got to learn to do as a people. We got to stop throwing our own personal interpretations on stuff. You got to listen to what the words are said, not how you want to make them be. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
You know,
that's right. I misworded it.
No, you're fine, man. But no.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. I was just explaining myself. You're good.
Yeah, that's why Catholics aren't Christians, because the whole idea of the Christian faith came from the followers of Christ. So when Christ died, the apostles were still going around and teaching they were the reason that we have the New Testament. They were teaching what he had said. So before Christianity was a thing, they were known as followers of Christ. That's correct. Then over time, they became Christians. And then over time, the Catholic Church became the Catholic Church for power. Like, that's why, like I just pulled up pictures. Like, I'll show them again. But this is all stuff that's in the Catholic Church. This is in the Vatican.
Oh, so I know about their vast wealth. I know. That's what. And I remember I also said, if you ask them, they will say that they're the head of the Christianity sect.
Yeah,
let them tell it.
Yeah, and to add to that, you got to take in consideration what other church do you know who is literally listed on the United Nations as their own nation?
Yeah.
I mean, seriously. I mean, it's insane.
Yeah, like this right here. If this is
are they perpetrating Christians?
Yes, they are.
I would
pagans.
say so. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
When I told you that this
can't
goes
disagree
back
with that, because that's what I was saying the whole time. I was saying, like, they tell people that they're Christian.
Yeah, but that's
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
But okay, but that's when I told you that there's only two religions. There's God's religion and there's the serpent. Because the serpent's whole idea is to get you away from God. It doesn't matter how you get away from God. As long as you're not going to God, he won. That was the whole point of him usurping the human race. So even if the Bible says, the Pope said, the Pope is believed to be the holy seat of God and to be the representation of God on earth. If you believe that, even if it's in the name of God, diverted by the devil. Like, if you look in this picture that I'm showing you right here on my screen, that is a snake. This room is built to look like a snake.
Some cultures don't believe the snake to be evil, though. Cultures that pre-exist.
But again,
church.
But see, you're adding stuff in. We're only talking about what we're talking about right now. You're sidestepping.
plays together because y'all are assuming that the snake is an evil connotation. Y'all aren't taking where they borrowed it from.
Well,
But if
first of all, to be honest with you, I don't think I heard either one of us say that we assume the snake is an evil connotation. At least I don't remember
He
saying those
he,
words.
well, he just said that there's only two religions. He said the serpent religion and God's religion.
correct.
Right, right, but that doesn't mean the serpent is evil. It just means that they're using the serpent as their representation. That's all it means. They choose
So
to use the snake as their symbol. That doesn't mean anybody's saying the snake itself is evil. It's just we recognize symbolism for what it is.
the reason that, like, you can't say that you're a Christian church and the serpent tricked Eve and they sinned, and then make a building that looks like a serpent and say that you're a Christian. Like, the reason the serpent is considered bad to Christians is because of the story of Adam and Eve. So like
What's
if
this? Oh,
like if we're gonna go with the idea that this is a Christian church, then why would they put the symbol of the serpent as a building? Like, it's a building. And then not only do you look at this building, like, you can see these two eyes. This glass is made to look like there's two eyeballs in the center, and then you have the face right here. Well, then in this same exact photo, you can see this demonic statue that's over here. Yeah, like, this is this is the look of the outside of the building. You can see the head shape and the eyes are on the side of the building. It looks like a serpent from above.
it's
This is
actually funny, and because in all the churches that we had at school and stuff, the statues that they would have of the serpents would actually be under Mary's foot.
Yeah, and I was telling you that Mary, worshiping Mary, it goes back to Babylon, and it goes back to the idea of Semiramis and Nimrod and Tomas. And right here, this is in this building right here, where this building right here is where this statue is. That's supposed to be Jesus. Those are demons. If you look at the side of this statue of Jesus, this is a reptilian head. This is a serpent head on the side of it. It's highlighted in green right here.
So, what's your interpretation of them using the snake?
Because they're not worshiping God. That's why they pray to the saints. That's why they pray to Mary. That's why they get caught up in tradition. That's why the Pope has wealth.
Mr. Guy, what's your interpretation of the snake? Because you said that you take symbolism for what it is.
Well, like I said, they're using it as their particular as their particular symbol. I don't necessarily equate the snake to just being an outright evil creature. It's similar to the LGBT community, for example. For them, they use the pride flag, which is a rainbow. Now, if you remember your scripture properly, that rainbow is being used by them, but it actually belongs to the Hebrews, because after everything that happened with Noah, the Most High had promised that he wouldn't do the earth like that again by a flood. And he said, in order to keep that promise, I will give you a symbol. And that was the rainbow. Now think about that. The LGBT are using the rainbow colors as their symbol. Does that make the rainbow evil? No, it doesn't. It just means somebody's appropriated something that didn't belong to them. That's how I look at it with the snake.
Yeah, but but in the context of Christianity, in the Old Testament, in Genesis, the serpent was the deceiver. He was not good in the story of Genesis. He's the representation of a bad act. So
That's true.
to be a Christian church and to worship in a serpent, like, there's no way in the context of the book and Christianity to somehow make this thing here that's on my screen something that's good or in any way a positive for the people of this faith that are supposed to believe that the serpent was the incarnation of the devil who was doing bad things. Like,
no. I don't disagree
no,
with you. I don't
I'm
disagree
not.
with you.
I'm not.
I was just saying just the overall symbol concept of that. You know, the snake thing. Has it been used to describe concepts of evil? Yes, but that doesn't necessarily make the snake in and of itself an evil thing. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah,
was
but
just asking both of you all's interpretation. That's all.
well, no.
When
But
I
what I'm
say it,
saying,
it's Kundalini energy.
I know what you're saying, but also the serpent is a symbol of power as well. That's why if you look at Egyptians, they had the serpent beard, like they had serpents on their garb. If you look at the staff of medicine, it's got two serpents on it. If you look at the Pope when he has his staff, it has a serpent on it. That is a symbol of power that's been used forever. Which, again, if this is a Christian specific thing, this would be a bad thing to be doing.
Yes, and
I
yeah, and that
agree. That's why
yes,
I asked you the
yeah,
perpetrator.
yeah, in that respect, I agree with you, Kyle, because knowing full well what the serpent represents in Scripture, why would you choose that? That
Yeah,
in that respect, yeah, in that respect, I agree with you. I agree with you 100%.
and
That says a lot of bad, you know.
They're
and that's
deceiving
what makes them not a Christian.
under the
And
guise of Christianity.
well, here and yeah, that they're a pagan. Like that's why I said there's two religions. You've got God's religion, and you have the serpent religion. And the serpent's whole job is to get you from God. And like, here's a perfect example. Why was there a flood on the earth? Why'd he flood it?
Because floods typically happen, but according to the Bible, it's because people were evil.
Because they have done so much debauchery that everything had become, in fact, everything had become an abomination, and God had to get rid of it. So
Yep.
he promised not to do it again. Now, what are some of the things that were happening at that time that caused that flood?
Are you talking to me or are you talking to Money Boy?
I don't know, but you make it
Either
seem
one.
like God was surprised all this happened and he's supposed to be
I'm
all
not.
knowing.
I'm
No, he
not
wasn't.
saying
He
I'm not
wasn't
saying
surprised.
surprised.
Yeah,
What I'm
he wasn't
saying,
surprised.
he cleaned the slate. Do you think that there was some homosexual activity that was going on at that time? He
If you're
destroyed.
if you're asking me,
I'm,
I know it's a yes. So I mean, you know.
Oh,
so
I didn't know if he was I didn't know he was asking the question. I'm sorry.
I'm saying it to both of you. It's not specific, but the whole reason that they use the flag is just like if you look into Satanism, they have the Baphomet. The Baphomet is a transgender. He's a transgender looking being. He
Yes,
comes
that's
from
true.
the Greek god of Pan. Pan was a goat, a god, a half man, half goat creature that was the god of pederasty, which is boy love. Okay, so you can now
It's
see
some people
why.
that believe, but it's some people that interpret the Baphomet totally different.
That's great. I understand that, but I'm telling you that the Pan Pan was the Greek version of the Baphomet. And I can tell you right now that transgender is becoming more prominent in our culture. And I can also tell you that Sodom and Gomorrah had a lot of gay stuff going on, correct? And he destroyed those cities. But prior to that, he flooded the earth and said he would never do it again. So then, when they were doing that gay stuff in those cities, he destroyed the cities. He didn't flood the place. And now the gays are using that symbol to have pride in the fact it's flaunting it to God. They are proud that they are gay and they use the flag because there won't be a flood. It's a mark in the face of God.
Exactly.
Okay. I got a question, guys. So you said homosexuality was going on when God flooded the earth.
Correct.
So God wiped everybody out except for Noah and his family.
Correct.
and he still created more human beings to take up homosexuality when he could have just stopped it.
But that's, see, what you're taking out of the fact is when God. Okay, so when God made when He made the world that He made, this could have been the best possible outcome. You have to understand that the reason that depravity happened was our original sin. That's why in the Old Testament you always had to sacrifice a lamb, because the blood of that innocent, unmarked animal washed away the sin. It became a point in time where the sin, it kept becoming more sinful and more sinful, to where you were not able to use a lamb to cover the sin. So God brought Jesus down as the ultimate sacrifice to wash away that sin.
That didn't answer my question though. God is all knowing. He flooded the earth
Yes.
because too much wickedness was going on, homosexuality being one of them. All he
Correct.
left around was Noah's descendants.
Yeah.
He left around people's descendants that he knew was going to produce gay people, so he could destroy them again. Because that's all that happened. If Noah's descendants populated the earth after the flood, that means God knew more homosexuals were coming, and he was going to have to destroy a city called Sodom and Gomorrah, and he did nothing to prevent it. So why would he destroy the earth in the first place?
The same reason he didn't kill the Hebrews.
He destroyed the entire earth to bring it back to destroy it again.
Because okay, see, here's the thing. Okay, he destroyed everything in the flood. That's fine. Then we come back and we get Sodom and Gomorrah. That's fine. The thing, see, you got to understand, the thing about it is that where the Most High is concerned, he keeps his promise. He allows us to make the choice. So when he allowed other people to be created again and so on and so forth, he's sitting there and he's doing like any good father would, hoping his children are going to make the right choice. Okay, and more often than not, as we've proven to him, we don't. So it wasn't like he destroyed all of them and turned around and said, "Let me make some more of them." It wasn't like that. It's just that he destroyed everything, and he was hoping for a clean slate, and he hoped that through the lesson of the flood, we would get the message and start making the right choice. God's not what?
He's not supposed to hope. He's all knowing. He's supposed to know.
We have free will, though.
Yeah, he gave us free will. That's the thing, because you can talk about God being all knowing all you want to, but he still gives us free will to do what we want. That's why we have Lucifer. That's why we have Sodom and Gomorrah. That's why we have Nimrod. That's why we have David being a good king, but turning around and doing grimy stuff with another man's wife. That's why we have Solomon with 700. He knows what the outcome is going to be, but he still gives us the choice, the free choice to make it. And he self-corrects, or whatever you want to call it. I don't know how to explain it. Azin's probably better. Azin's probably
fine.
better.
I'm just asking questions. You haven't said anything off base or anything. I'm just asking questions. And these are the same type of questions that led me to being a non-believer. So if y'all can shed some insight to help enlighten me, then okay. But I got one more though, because he said that God, you get free will, but he knows the end result. Okay, so if that's the case, when Moses went to Pharaoh to let his people go, he apparently was going to say yes for God to harden his heart so that he wouldn't do it. You wouldn't need to harden his heart if he was going to say no. So there was no free will there, or if he did, or if there was free will, then God manipulated, because he knew the Pharaoh was going to let him go because it wasn't worth the trouble, and he said, "Nah, be stubborn."
Yeah, but realistically speaking, that's not, he does that all the time. Look at Jonah. Jonah was stubborn as all get out. What did he do? Make him swallow a wild whale, and you're gonna go do what I said do.
Well, that's not free will then.
Okay, I get what you're saying, but the thing is that there are moments where I don't know how to put it in words. It's free,
brother. You won me over simply because you said
you said I understand what you're saying. You won me over with that, which is what I can't get from most religious people.
Oh, well, it's just a common sense perspective, and it just depends on how you want to interpret it and what direction you want to go with it. But at the end of the day, I won't lie. There's going to be a lot of things that I can't give you an answer for, and I wouldn't be foolish enough to sit here like most people and pretend that I could. All I can do is give you my interpretations based on using my faith to interpret it, and that's going to be a personal thing for me. You know,
but
sorry, Kyle.
You also have to take in consideration, like there are certain parts of time during the Bible that God did stuff and didn't do stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, in the beginning, God did certain things, people made him mad. God did things, he did stuff to correct it, he didn't do stuff to correct it. And then it came to the point when Jesus came. Do you know why Jesus gave all his apostles the ability to heal and perform the same abilities as him? Because there was no book. There was nothing. If you wanted to preach the word, like he did the same thing with Moses. Moses went to Pharaoh, and then he did the same tricks that the Pharaoh did. He threw down his staff and made a serpent. The Pharaoh did, like, he proved that God was working through him. Same way Jesus gave the apostles the ability to do the things that he could do even after he died, but he said that would die with them because they were the point to prove it to the people that were unwilling or not willing to see. They needed to be shown. So he showed them. And then he said, when it dies, when you all die,
say the Hebrews. Don't say the people, say the Hebrews.
No, but I'm saying the apostles, when the apostles themselves died.
I know, I'm just messing with you. I'm just messing with you because you know I said I would agree with the Judaism aspect of religion more than anything.
But
they weren't. But they weren't.
Azen is in the chat, and he made a good point. God always manipulates the situation. It's still free will because you have the choice to accept him for yourself, and that's and I agree with that. I agree with that because
you know. Okay, my bad.
No. Go ahead. You're fine.
Oh, go ahead. Finish your thought.
Well, I was just going to ramble on, to be honest with you. Go ahead.
But if somebody is manipulating the outcome, that's not free will. If I can pay a referee to make the point spread and manipulate it, that's not free will.
No,
the gamblers don't have free will on that one.
Right, but you're looking at a completely different end game here. See, you get somebody to manipulate the point spreads. You're trying to what? You're trying to win a game, or you're trying to make money off a game. That's the whole point of a point spread. Where the Most High is concerned, what this comes down to is that he's trying to get his people. He's trying to save his people because we've already committed the first sin. And every person since then has been born in a sin right out the gate. What he's trying to do is he's trying to teach us what's the worst case scenario and what's the best case scenario and how to get there. There are times where he makes people that at the end of the day, if he's your creator and he tells you he needs you to go do this, you don't get to say no in that respect. But you do have free will when it comes to whether or not you want to you want to accept him or deny him. That's where the real free will comes in. Because if you accept him, then you'll go do what he requests of you and follow the plan. If you don't want to, if you take your free will and deny him, then he might get boss on you. I can't get that's no different than working at a job. If you walked in and told your boss you ain't gonna do something, what are you gonna do? He gonna make it hard on you. I mean, that's just all it is to it.
Is this God's plan or Jesus's plan to follow?
It's
they're
both.
The same.
It's the both. Well, I don't know if they're the same, but I don't agree with that. But
it's God's. It's God's plan.
Hey, brother Azen, what's going on?
What's going on? Salute everybody.
The New Testament canceled out the Old Testament.
No, you're wrong. That's the comment.
I'm going to be quiet and let my brother take over.
That's why I'm asking questions.
I'm trying to tell you. It's the common, exactly. It's the common misconception that everybody uses to bastardize the text. It did not wipe out or do away. When you look, it's somewhere in Matthew where Jesus said, "I did not come to do away with the law. I came to fulfill it." Exactly. And his fulfillment was him dying. on the cross.
Mhm. To
We
give
we
every
we
to
got
give.
that, but
And
what
that
was said in here was that the Old Testament was null and void. You can run it back later on, but that was said, and I'm
yes,
not
what I
the
said
believer.
Who said that?
what I said was is when he died, when he came to earth, he came to fulfill it. So by fulfilling it to go to God, you had to go through Jesus.
That's
You
the
could
part
not-
that's null and void. That's the
And you
only part
said
that's
the
null
yeah,
and
ten,
void.
you said
you
the 10 Commandments were except for these three things.
listen what I said. They asked him about the 10 commandments, and he said, if you follow these things, you have followed the commandments. Because the commandments are not to have pride, not to worship false idols, not to have adultery, not to murder. If you treat others how you want to be treated, and you love thy neighbor, then you followed all of those commandments. Because if you love your neighbor, you're not prideful. You're not fucking his wife. If you love your neighbor, you're also not fucking your neighbor, not fucking your neighbor's wife if you don't want to be treated like that. You're also not murdering people if you love thy neighbor. So what he was saying was is he didn't write any new rules, but he said if you follow these two things, you'll be fine. You won't have to worry about it.
You'll do the rest. You'll do the rest.
Yeah.
If you follow those two things, you'll do the rest.
Correct.
Mhm. Yeah. Follow the commandments and have faith in him, because only through him can you get to the Father.
Correct. He
Done.
fulfilled
And
it. So
yeah, it's just that simple. I mean, it's a lot of people want to make it more than what it is and overcomplicate the matter. But that's why he said in order to inherit the kingdom, you have to come in as a child, because as a child you put away all those things of overthinking, trying to put your own interpretations or spin on it. You accept it for what it is. You follow these commandments, you come through him in faith, and you will have access to the Father. That's what you need. Everybody overcomplicates it.
and
Did I get that right, Ethan?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
yeah, that's why by if you don't believe in Jesus, you're living under the old commandments, under the old covenant, which he fulfilled.
Yep.
So when he came back and he was talking to the Jews, that's why he was talking to them, because they were under the old covenant and he fulfilled it. So he came to give them the word for them to follow him. By them not following him, they stayed under that law.
Yep.
Yeah. And also him fulfilling the plan of God also was about salvation being open to the Gentiles as well, because through him it was open. That's why he left
Exactly.
home. That's why he left home and would not deal with his own people, because the simple fact that there were Gentiles who were seeking him more than his own people were.
Exactly, which goes back to what I
That's
was
the
saying. Which goes back to what I was saying earlier about even those of us who follow the tenet of being the true Hebrews, that don't give us special treatment. He opened the door to everybody. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And like I said earlier, that's on us. Because if we had did what we were supposed to do and been the type of people he wanted, like he said himself, he has known no other people but us. And there's no reason he would lie about that. He said, I have known no others but you. So here we are now that we've messed up so bad so many centuries that when Jesus comes back, he opens the door to everybody. So sitting there talking about, you're gonna run the kingdom and the joint and all that good stuff, you're crazy. It's gonna be whoever he decides, not who you decide.
Right.
amen.
And
Amen, brother.
You know what I'm
Sammy
saying?
yeah,
said,
That's why
Gentiles are the Christians are Gentiles, my brother.
well,
yeah.
either way, look, it don't make a difference what you call them. At the end of the day, if you follow those two things that we talked about, and you out here and you doing the right thing, everybody has a chance, and that's the beauty of it, and that's where the free will comes in. You make the choice. That's why I have issues when I look at Hebrew Israelites on street corners talking the way they do, because that's not how that works. You don't walk up to anybody. I don't care if it's Asian, white, black, Spanish. You don't talk that way to people. You don't tell people I'm going to have you in my kingdom and I'm going to be on top and
Amen.
whipping you. You don't talk like that. You don't look at a man in his face on the street corner and tell him you're going to take his wife to be a bed wench. You don't do that. Nothing in what they say in any capacity follows any law, statute, or commandment the Most High gave. Nothing. Even in the Old Testament, there are sections in the mitzvot where it explains to you how to deal with your slaves, how to deal with indentured servants, and etc. and so on. Nothing in that is anything what these dudes say on the street corner. It's not. And it is such a evil and bad thing to do to it in the spirit of things, because it's not just what you say to people and it affects their spirit, it affects you as somebody coming out of your spirit. That's venom. That's not how it rolls, man. That's not how I'm sorry, I'm just tight with that. That just bothers me a lot. I'm sorry.
Not just that, but also but not only are the Christians Gentiles, but the Hebrews are also Christians, because when he came and he spoke and opened the door, any of the people that weren't Hebrew that followed him were followers of Christ.
Right.
Anyone that was under the old covenant that was his people that followed him became a follower of Christ. And
Right.
they were no longer following the I can't even say it. Judeo-Christian or the Judeo religion or the faith.
Judaism.
Yeah, I can't say
Judaism.
it.
You said it too many times.
It's fucking me up.
Yeah. Well, it's Judaic. When the phrase you're saying is Judaic, not Judaism, it's Judaic. Judaic Christian, Judeo-Christian.
Whatever it is. It's been a long day. But
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
The fact of the matter is, had anybody followed Christ, regardless if they were Jewish or Hebrew or anything, he opened it to everyone, so they would all be adopted as a follower of Christ. That's why when I said you can't be a Christian and not follow the words of Christ, either you do or you don't. And when a religion teaches everything that isn't of Christ, you like, they can say it, but that's not the reality. Just like I said with Black Lives Matter, Black lives say Black Lives Matter, but then they don't matter when it's not a white person killing a black person. When it's a black person killing another black person, that's okay.
It don't matter. No, it don't even. Yeah, it don't matter.
You know, when they protest and they shoot at somebody and it hits a car and kills a kid, that's okay, because that's not what they're talking about. Like, that's that bullshit logic, and that's what, like, the Catholic Church did what they did for power. And I showed you that serpent. You can't tell me that you're a Christian and then you're going to give word in that church and say that like that thing that's the deceiver that tricked Eve, we're going to be represented in the word of God to speak it. The demons, that thing's clearly demons behind him. Like, that's like, what is that? Like, is he speaking in Revelations? Is this like what's the point of that building? Like, there's nothing good about it. Even when they brought the obelisk to the courtyard, the Pope at the time, he did an exorcism on it because he said it was evil and demonic. Well, why would you bring it to your church?
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Question, Lawrence.
Yes, sir.
You said that you grew up, you had both sides of Judaism, so you had kind of like the white side and the Hebrew Israelite side.
The white side I grew up with. The Hebrew Israelite side has only been for me for like the last 5 years.
Okay. What does the side you grew up in consider anti-Semitic, and why don't the Hebrew Israelites consider anything anti-Semitic?
Wait, okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna need you to ask that again one more time.
Okay. The religion that you grew up practicing, what do they consider anti-Semitic?
Anything that I'm gonna keep that one. That one's real easy, real simple. Anything that goes against what they say.
Okay. And
so what's
why
the
don't?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, why don't Hebrew Israelites seem to call anything anti-Semitic?
Because you got to understand that from our perspective, the people who are calling themselves are not real Jews. They come from the high end mountains in Russia, came down and adopted our belief systems and tweaked it in their favor. That's how we see it. So to me, so to us, we don't waste time trying to call somebody anti-Semitic because they're not Semitic in our minds.
And not just that, but Semitic also, like Semitic also doesn't go just to Jews or Hebrews. It also goes to because wasn't Semitic a language, and isn't
yes, it
like
was.
Aren't there Arabs that are that are Semitic?
That's correct. That is correct.
Yeah,
and you can see it every day, because when you sit there and you listen to say white Jews, for instance, talking, and you thinking they're talking Hebrew, they're not talking Hebrew because it's not their language. What they did is they took bits and pieces of what they could find and they made something called Yiddish.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you understand what I'm saying?
And a lot of people don't know that Yiddish. A lot of people don't know about Yiddish.
Yeah, I mean, prime example. A couple of weeks ago, sitting here on Savage's stream, you know, he called me out on the Star of David, you know, but I had grown up with it so much, you know, being, you know, growing up with my mom and stuff like that. It was everywhere, you know what I mean? But after Kyle said what he did, now when I did some homework, it ain't in here no more.
Yeah.
And I meant to tell you that too. I forgot to tell you about that. Yeah, that stuff's gone.
Yeah.
You know, because at the end of the day, he did make it a point. Don't have any symbols or idols in your house anyway. So it should have never been here to begin with. But like I said, this is the fallacy of people who follow religion. They get so caught up in the dogma, they can't stop long enough to step outside that space to look at the whole picture. Because see, if I was a different type of person, and Kyle had broke that down, Savage had broke that down for me, I would have told him to kiss my ass, fuck off. But any true person who really wants to find the truth and know the truth is gonna take that knowledge and they're gonna go check it. They're gonna fact check it. And if it pans out to be what the person told them, then you got to give that props. You got to give that respect. You know what I'm saying? And if it's not, then you keep going on where you want. But people won't even take the moment to consider. You know, there's no civil discord. There's no accepting somebody might know something more than you, even though they're not in your group. That's one of the main problems we have. And I don't know if I said that right, but thank you anyway, Savage. That's the point I was trying to make. Thank you.
That's good.
Man, I need you for some voiceovers, dude.
Who?
You got one of them All-State man voices.
You
gotta get him to do some drops. You gotta get him to say the name of your show or something.
Yeah, I don't know why, but I've been hearing that a lot lately. I don't know why. It's the same voice I've always had, but okay. I appreciate it, is what I'm saying. Thank you.
Man, you got a radio voice.
Well, that's good because I don't have a face for TV. That's for sure.
You gotta say we hard on ourselves tonight. Savage said, "Look at me." He said, hey, "Look at me. Would you want your daughter named Mary?" We hard on ourselves tonight.
Yeah, but it's all
some handsome gentlemen.
I'd like to think so. I'd like to think so. But I guess for me at the stage I am right now in my life, my looks are the least of my concerns. So, but anyway, I guess the point I was trying to make, did I answer your two questions appropriately?
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
Asian, what religion do you identify with, or what belief system do you identify with?
It pretty much be, Christianity, but it's not going to be exactly like what most people would know of here in America, as far as even though I come up in the South, as far as Southern Baptist, but I understand it. The information that I try to bring, it's not going to be agreed with by most Christians, especially Christians in the South, especially not black ones, anyways, because of the simple fact, of how we have feminism ingrained in the culture here in America. It's evident within the black church of how strong it is. So that's why I wanted to create my own channel to to educate men on the Bible, on the aspects of it, how they can use it accordingly to navigate through life. Because I mean, when you really look at it, the Bible is a collection. First of all, it's a lineage book. Second, it's a book for a rule and guide through life, but there's nothing feminist about it. It's all about men being given the authority by the Almighty to control things, to run things. Women were created to help men in that purpose, but women had no desire to do so, which is why their punishment is much harsher than men's.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I can agree. The Bible does come off sexist and it has its toxic masculinity, but
No.
It's not toxic at all.
Stop it. When I say toxic masculinity, I think we need to embrace it. Toxic masculinity is why we're all here. I don't care about the women saying, "Oh, it's the toxic masculinity is a good thing." Toxic masculinity is what makes firefighters run into these buildings and stuff.
No, I see what you're saying.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I just call it masculinity. I just call it masculinity.
Yeah.
I use the play on words because that's what they call it as a bad thing. So y'all want to call it bad? Okay.
No,
and I tell them that we need toxic masculinity
because they sure ain't gonna do it.
No, they will not.
And like even me as a non-believer, I can agree with the Bible is a way to live life. It's a code to how to get there. I don't take everything literally, but I still can go back and reference parables and stuff and relate them to everyday stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yes. Look at if nothing else, at the very least, it's a good way of life.
Yeah.
If you do it right, it's a good way of life. You stay healthy, you stay strong, you stay mentally, spiritually fit. Can't get mad at it. No. Can't get mad at it. I mean, I got my path, Azen's got his path, Savage has got his path. But the beautiful thing about it is what I was saying earlier. All those different paths, and yet here we are together. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Like I say, we don't have to agree on everything. We don't have to. But what we do agree on is what's most important, that the foundation is the same, and that we can all agree. The foundation is the same. The 10 Commandments, follow through faith, and love and stay in peace. That's a foundation we can all agree in. So execution becomes unimportant by then. Because see, whether we agree on execution or not, I know Savage knows that if I live next door to him, I'm not trying to make his life hard, and I know he's not trying to make mine hard. You see what I'm saying? It don't matter if I pray on Saturday and he prays on Sunday. None of that matters. What matters is, are we living, like he said, the tenets that Jesus left for us? Because that's what's really going to matter in the end. Because he's gonna look at me like, "Were you nice to your neighbors?" Yeah, man, I love Savage. We good. You know what I mean? What about Azen? I love Azen too. We good. That's what he's really gonna care about. He said so, because he said every person who comes to you, you treat as if they were him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So that's all you need. Whether or not somebody worships on Saturday, Sunday, Friday, or go 3 times a week to church, or 1 time a week, or don't go at all. None of that. I'm not saying it don't matter as a whole, but I'm saying we can't get hung up on little bits and pieces of execution like that, because that's not really what it's about.
And
that's not.
In anyways, the choices that we make, really, it comes down to the why that really matters. I mean, if you're making these choices because it's needed in that path that he has you on, and sometimes we have to separate. It is what it is. It doesn't mean that there has to be any animosity because of that separation. It just happens. That's like whenever with doing what I'm doing, I left my cousin's church, and it wasn't no animosity or nothing like that. I understand that the message and truth that I'm trying to bring, it's not going to be, that ain't the place for it. It's not going to be the place for me, rather. So this was, to come on here and create a channel to where I can hand out this knowledge for people that want to accept it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because at the end of the day, that's something we forgot how to do. We forgot to agree to disagree.
Right.
It's like, yo, if you don't believe in what I believe, to hell with you. I hope all negative things happen to you, and don't ever talk to me again. That's insane. That's insane. I'm 53 years old. There's never been a conversation I had like that in my entire life. Even as a kid, I never talked like that.
Right.
You know, that's just not how the way it goes. You know, I might argue with cousins over toys and who got the last cookie, but I mean the way grown-ups are acting nowadays, that's insane. I haven't even seen kids act like that. That's madness.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you okay? You okay, Savage? You look tired, man.
I am tired.
Yeah. Well, let us get off then, so you can get some rest, man. Because you've been up here. Yeah, you've been up here over 5 hours, man.
Yeah, damn. Yeah, I was about to get off too. I'm tired too. So.
Yeah. But as always, Savage, thank you for having us. Anybody in the chat, don't forget to hit that like button on your way out. Don't forget to hit the subscribe and ring that bell, baby, so you can get all the latest content from Savage Red Recovery. You ain't gonna do no better. Was that good?
I believe that'll work. It's their radio voice.
All right. Oh, I forgot about the.
You got to record and cut that out, Savage.
I forgot about the Cash App and PayPal stuff. I'm sorry, my bad. Hit that Cash App and PayPal. Let's get that man that camera he wants. Stop playing. All right. Yeah, but you guys have a good night. All right.
All right. You too.
All right. Everybody, peace.
All right. Yeah, peace.
Much love, brothers.
Yeah.
Stay savage, guys.
Later.
Savage.